Oldham, Executive Vice President of Human Capital at the Bipartisan Policy Center.
Good afternoon and welcome. It's so good to see so many friends and friendly faces in the audience. We're grateful that you've joined us here today to mark the culmination of the Commission on the American Workforce and the release of a talent strategy for the nation. It feels especially fitting that we're here in the historic Franklin School, the flagship of a group of 7 urban public school buildings constructed in the late 1800s to house, for the first time, a system of free public education in the capital. Over the years, the building has served many roles. It was an elementary school, it housed the district's first high school, served as the headquarters for the DC public school system, provided teacher training, and served as an adult education center. In many ways, it has touched every stage of the educational journey, as we will do this afternoon. We've got a great lineup, but before we get started, I want to direct your attention to the screen behind me. We've got a video that I think will answer the question, why are we all here today?
I think a lot of the unease that people are feeling in every community around the country is because so much of economic mobility is stalled out.
Our systems were really built for another era. We've seen technology and industry advance, yet our schools look exactly the same. Students are struggling. We're not equipping our kids with the skills they need.
The workplace is changing in pretty dramatic ways.
We have jobs open all across the country in critical fields. And sadly, we've also got folks who need employment, who want opportunity, but they don't have the right skills.
The changing prices of this basket of items determines what is called the cost of living.
Family budgets are being squeezed from all directions, whether it's the high cost of childcare or the care for an aging parent. Sandwich generation are often feeling those pressures at the exact same time.
We can't keep doing the same thing and expect improved results. We have to make significant systematic improvements.
You know, we're at a defining moment in our country, but we've been here before.
Mass production created thousands of new skills.
You can invest your way into a sounder future.
When we come together in a coordinated, bipartisan way, we devote the necessary resources and commitment and get about the business of leading the world.
While the right and left are far apart on so many issues, making certain that everyone, regardless of background, has an equal shot at a great job, where are you going to find the political difference in that?
We at the Bipartisan Policy Center have developed a national talent strategy to expand opportunity and strengthen America's competitiveness.
When it comes to building a quality education system, what an opportunity we have to shake the tree. It starts with our youngest, ensuring our foundations are excellent.
Having high standards and really trying to make sure that education is the great equalizer. How you teach kids to think critically, to collaborate and work on teams. However the workforce changes, the need for those skills is never going to go away.
Mobilizing institutions to work in partnership with employers to design programs where students find their passion. They see the connection between what they're learning and their future career and are ready for those jobs.
Working families sit at the intersection of so many issues. That means thinking about foundational support just the same way we think about basic infrastructure, and ensuring that childcare and paid family leave are accessible and affordable.
I'm not retiring.
Worker supports are critical because people are the economic engine that power our workplace, our communities, and our country.
We have to invest in people like our future depends on it. because it does.
Worker supports are critical because people are the economic engine that power our workplace, our communities, and our country.
We have to invest in people like our future depends on it, because it does.
Please welcome to the stage Kristen Soltis Anderson, founding partner of Echelon Insights.
Well, good afternoon. It is such an honor to be here and to be joined by this incredible panel to culminate the incredible work of this commission. Americans right now are living through incredibly rapid transformation, economic transformation, cultural transformation, and that is affecting our economy, the way our families are feeling opportunity, the way that people are able to make ends meet for themselves. There are so many different ways that this question of economic opportunity in the workforce touch different parts of people's lives. And so it's thrilling today to get to have a panel to discuss what these issues look like in practice and how you can come to solutions to help make sure that we have the workforce that we need. So I'm joined today by, first, immediately to my left, your right, is Governor Bill Haslam, former governor of Tennessee, co-chair of the Bipartisan Policy Center's Commission on the American Workforce. Next to him, we have Governor Deval Patrick, former governor of Massachusetts, also co-chair of Bipartisan Policy Center's Commission on the American Workforce. And then Margaret Spellings, the president and CEO of the Bipartisan Policy Center. Thanks to the three of you for being here to talk through what we've learned from this report. Let me start off with you, Margaret. You know, the video that just played sort of describes the human capital crisis that we are experiencing and how we can tackle these issues with a national talent strategy. Tell me why a national talent strategy is urgent right now.
Well, thank you, Kristen, for that kind introduction. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, governors, for your leadership on this work. And, you know, they were country when country wasn't cool. They were amazing education governors in their own right with a lot of achievements under their belts. So really appreciate you and, of course, the BPC team that brought us here today. So I'm sorry for that little infomercial. But to your question, you know, if we have a national economic strategy, a national security strategy, and we know our number one asset is our country, is our people, you know, surely we need a national talent strategy, especially now when there is so much change around us. We know that the environment, the policy environment, has not kept up with the pace of change. And so the moment is now, especially when we look at where we are. I mean, NAEP results are not good, and we have not recovered from COVID fully. So we really need to light the fire of urgency around these issues because we haven't kept up. We're not doing very well. We have strategies in other areas. Let's get about it.
I'd like to ask the governors to talk a little bit about who is most at risk, most immediately, if we don't come together and have a national talent strategy and a really intentional focus on this issue. What are the most immediate concerns that you each think we're seeing?
Well, I'll put it this way. I have three reasons why I think this is important. Number one, there are a lot of humans that are going to be at risk. And when you say who is most, this is actually going to be different. I think you're going to have those recent college graduates that there used to be roles that they're going to go into that probably don't exist anymore, to blue collar workers. I think this vulnerability is across the board. So that's number one. Number two, our country really needs this. It's, you know, this is about helping people, but second, it's about what our country needs to do to stay who we've kind of always wanted to be and who we've been. And the third thing is it provides, I think, one of the things that really, no matter which side of this incredible political divide you're on, you ought to be able to say, hey, this is really important, and we can get past some of the difference that stop us if we start it in the right way.
I just second everything that the governor said. I think we are all at risk. Learners are at risk because They aren't, young people in particular, aren't as prepared as we need them to be, not just for the workforce, but for citizenship itself. Workers are at risk because of all of the changes we've alluded to and that you all know about. And the nation is at risk because without readiness, we won't be prepared for the competitive environment we are in. And frankly, I think our national aspirations are at risk because we won't have an economy that expands to create opportunities. So lots and lots of reasons to be urgent, which is why I am certain Governor Haslam and I felt compelled to be a part of this.
So when you hear something like national talent strategy, that sounds like something that's sort of a federal approach. But you, Margaret, you've worked at both the federal and the state levels. Tell me a little bit about how you see the challenges confronting workforce development. How is that breaking down, and that division between a national strategy being necessary, but also the states playing obviously this really important role?
Absolutely, and you'll find that ethic populated through the report where we call out states who are leading and understand fully that that's where the rubber meets the road, absolutely. But right now, it's too disconnected and uncoordinated. We have at the federal level $250 billion spent on 150 programs across dozens of agencies, all with different missions, different data collection, different transparency. States don't know what's happening under the hood. Policymakers don't know. So whether it's a federal look at those issues and how to do it in a more coherent way, along with, and these two guys have been governors, and my experience at the state level is that there's a lot of kind of silo operation at the state level too, that the Health and Human Services Department doesn't often think much about the Education Department, issues around childcare and so forth. And so I think what we're trying to say is, let's take a broad view, let's take a comprehensive view. Are we organized for success at the state and federal level in how we think about who we're serving, how much we're spending, and what the outcomes are?
I want to ask then, you mentioned organized for success. At the state level, what does organized for success look like? And what are some of the hurdles, barriers, structural challenges that states face when it comes to tackling a challenge that is a national challenge?
Can I start there?
Please do.
When I came to office, or shortly after I came to office, the bottom fell out of the national economy.
There wasn't a connection, was there?
No, there was not. There was not. But the global recession was upon us. And I remember having a meeting with a group we called the Governor's Council of Economic Advisors. You probably had one too, former Fed presidents and labor and business leaders and economists. And they said, Governor, we think you should know that in Massachusetts, typically, we go into recession deeper and stay in longer than most other states. And I said, uh-huh. And they said, well, we just thought you ought to know. And I took from that moment that we had to be about shaping our own future. We had to have a strategy, a purpose, and organize ourselves around that purpose, how we could take the resources that were inherent in the state and resources from elsewhere to build a future for ourselves. And one of our focuses was around life sciences and others. Here's what we encountered. The training dollars, just as one example, at the federal level, come in lots of different buckets, and you cannot use them across the buckets. That's just one example. Such a fragmented series of programs and opportunities, and trying to break that down so that you can enable and encourage the innovation at the state and local level, I think is very much a part of the spirit of the work we've been doing together in the commission.
So I think the way it breaks down at the state level sometimes, and I'll use myself as a bad example. In business, it's all about how you allocate assets, the strategic decision for where you're going to spend money. And the same thing's true as a governor, right? You get to set the budget and you do that. I was visiting one of our technical schools one time and talking to this guy who taught a welding class. I said, how many students do you teach every semester? He said, well, I have 2 classes of 15. I said, well, how many of them get jobs? He goes, every one of them. And I said, how soon? He said, the day they finish, they get a job. I said, well, why don't you teach more than 2 sections of 15? And he said, because you haven't given us the money to do it. And the truth is, there's a bound up system that says, 10 years ago, somebody set a priority for where the higher education dollars were going to go, and they decided, I don't want to pick on any certain subject, they decided a geology building somewhere was going to do this, and it was going to get an X degree of funding. And we just stuck to that plan, and nobody came in and said, is that what the strategic priority should be right now for what our talent needs are?
Well, then to me, that raises the question, is it that there are not enough resources in total committed to this challenge, or is it that they are not aligned to what is needed? Because I imagine going to those geology folks and saying, sorry, we're actually going to reallocate some of your budget to welding is probably met with some resistance.
So, right, at the end of the day, all these decisions end up being partly political, and everybody has constituency, but that's what leadership does. It bursts through that and says, let's get to the right answer of where that should go. So I actually think is that they're not, listen, you could always use more resources, okay? But the bigger issue is one of a strategy, what Margaret is talking about, and then allocating the assets according to that strategy.
I'd be interested in your take on this as
No,
well.
I
Is
would-
it alignment, alignment, resources,
I'd agree with
leadership?
that. I think I'd submit you can't know whether it's enough money until you do the work of sorting out purpose and strategy. And I think one of the things we discovered is that there was, you could use some more, but there was enough to do a lot had we had more flexibility to deploy that money along an aligned set of principles and outcomes.
Margaret, let me ask a question that builds on that but makes it a little more pointed about the purpose and the direction and the allocation of resources. We have seen a sustained push over the last decade or two to really make STEM a bigger focus. And yet, student achievement in that area has not necessarily improved. In fact, in some places it has declined. And now we very quickly have something like AI that is reshaping what it means to be ready in STEM. I mean, it's easy to think that 5 years ago you would say, well, kids need to learn how to code. And now they need to learn how to use a program that will code for them, and perhaps. So tell me a little bit about how to make sense of making those decisions in a world where what we think we need, we need a bunch of kids doing STEM, can change maybe faster than the system can change with it.
Well, absolutely. The first thing I have to say, period, is there will never be a substitute for teaching students to read and to be numerate at some level, period, the end, with or without AI or anything else. And frankly, we're ways from doing that. So that is table stakes. But to your point about the dynamic nature of all this, we have to harness the kind of data that is driving technology like AI to the good of our students, our communities, our policymakers, taxpayers, so that they're informed about that. And so when we say to the geology department, we don't like you, we're taking your money, no, we're going to say, hey, geology department, there's only X number of jobs here in our community. And we have to harness better data, better information in a way that is driving and powering every other area of our lives to the benefit of students, taxpayers, and our economy.
I want to talk
Kristen,
a little bit.
may I just
Absolutely.
build on that? It's another point I know we and our fellow commissioners agree on. Industry has to be a part of this conversation as well, right? We can't and oughtn't do policy in a vacuum. It needs to be in service of some public interest. People have to be at the center of better policy making, and I hope are very much at the center of the recommendations as well.
Can I follow up on that? Because always when you leave office, the clock's always ticking. And you think, I wish I'd had more time to do this. And for mine, it'd be like I said, we worked hard to raise our K-12 standards, and our NAEP scores showed a big jump. We put free community college and technical schools in place, and we saw a big reward for there in terms of people doing post-secondary education. What my next step, if I'd had time, would have been now to loop that back up and done a deep dive into what's the economy need. Now let's make certain we're preparing our workforce to do that. So that means involving industry, and it means doing the research to know that. Recognizing that the world's still going to change. All those people that we were trying to teach to code, like I said, now there's nobody's going to have to do that anymore. We're all, Duvall and I might even be able to code 2 years from now, maybe.
Wait a minute.
But the point is, to complete that loop is what's important. That's what leadership looks like.
So then let me ask about the report itself, what this commission has found. Over the course of the commission's 2025 convenings, I'm sure there were some things that perhaps surprised you or have really stuck out in your mind. I'd love to hear from each of you. What are the things that really surprised you the most or have stuck out to you the most from this blueprint?
You want me to start?
I'll start.
Sure.
Well, and Governor Haslam said it in the video, people are for this. Everybody understands how central this is to their own life, to their family, to this economy. And people have a lot of anxiety about AI and what it's going to mean. And frankly, I kind of think that's an opening for bipartisan energy and action because people have not gotten themselves out on limbs they can't get out of. Everybody's like, oh my God, what are we going to do? So we have an appetite around the urgency of this and the consequences for our country. And so that's what I'm really excited about.
Yeah, Margaret and her team put together a really good group. I mean, we had Republicans, Democrats, rural, urban. It was a good cross-section. And my main shock was like, oh, wow, everybody's kind of seeing this one the same way. And that's a refreshing change.
No, I second and third. That was it. I wasn't surprised exactly. I'll tell you what was affirming. Was that there are tremendous innovations coming from the states, from companies, from locales. I learned about stuff out of Indiana and Alabama in education that I didn't know about, and I think of myself as coming from a pretty well education forward Commonwealth. But it is an example of how little we are positioned to take advantage of ideas, good ideas, from other places. Data is a part of that problem. We don't have common data shared in one place, but we also don't have regular convenings, in effect, of ideas and people. And I think that's a lot of what the proposal around a White House talent advisory work council is about in our report.
Besides data, go ahead, Margaret.
Well, I was just going to go for extra credit on this.
Please do.
One of the things about that I was really thrilled about, and I think people really understand now how many people are out of the workforce that could be in the workforce because of childcare, because of aging parents, because of the lack of family leave, the expense of childcare, all of the things, and the fact that we've wrapped that into a central part of a workforce strategy. I thought, I don't know that everybody's going to be for that, but sure enough, they were. And we even called for additional investments in this. I mean, it too is very much bipartisan on the Hill in a way that frankly surprised me.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what are, when thinking about this national talent strategy, and I want to ask sort of what the core components of this strategy are, but also to what extent there are things that might be sort of unexpected or non-obvious inputs that we need in order to make sure that we have the talent. So something like making sure that we have childcare or paid leave handled so that we can ensure that we're not leaving talented workers on the table. What are the core components of this national talent strategy? And then what are some non-obvious things that you think we could be doing to try to make sure that we're getting everybody off the sidelines who wants to be a part of the talent in this country and make sure they have the skills they need?
Well, I'll say one essential thing, and it's leadership. It's federal leadership, it's state leadership, city, county leadership, and that's going to be weaved through your program today. But there is no substitute for somebody saying, hey, gang, we got to get together and we got to be about this. And I sometimes am in despair in this city when we're talking about things that are a little off point. We got to keep the main thing, and really get after this American talent strategy and the leadership around it.
Yeah, I hate to just repeat what Margaret said, but it says leadership is about defining reality. That's a leader's main job, is to define reality. And so we need leaders on the national level and the state level and local who can define reality. And that is, we have we have a crisis in front of us in terms of not preparing the people for the world that is coming. And I think maybe the non-obvious part would be this. I don't think everybody's aware of how little we are talking about this. Mm-hmm. Go back in the last I won't say exactly, the last several national elections, there's been almost zero about K-12 education, higher ed, workforce training, you name it. There's been zero discussion. And as Margaret was kindly saying, you look at some of the stuff that dominates our headlines, and they're not nearly as critical to the future of the country as this.
I wonder to what extent, and maybe I'll pose this question to you as well, Governor Patrick, is to what extent is that because there's no ownership of solving it? That you can say, you know, we need more talented workers, and so that's the problem for the people doing education. And then they can say, well, actually, isn't that the problem for the people doing technical training? Well, actually, isn't that a problem for the people trying to ensure, you know, doing the childcare or paid leave? I mean, how much of this is that it is a problem that is, the issue is one that has so many different components that it's not like there's clear ownership over this is who has to solve it?
I think it's a fair question and observation. I think it does feel like a big challenge. I think one of the things that happens when you do what we have tried to do, which is to look at our challenge comprehensively and start with people, it's really hard to just talk about one slice of this. You can't just talk about readiness for the workforce without also talking about childcare. It's not practical. It's not even realistic for most people. The good news, however, I think, is that the public is ready for big ideas. And you see this in so many different ways that we don't have time to get in today. I'm not sure policymakers are in every case ready to act on those big ideas, but I think the public is ready. And I think the more we can do to elevate the public's interest in this, the further along policymakers will come.
An interesting side note, I just left lunch before this with an elected member up on Capitol Hill, and they were talking, he was talking about he had been in a meeting of other elected folks, and they were all, for the first time, realizing, oh, like, this could actually impact my kids. Mm-hmm. And this isn't like when it went from industrial to digital, well, you know, my kids, but I think no matter where you are on the economic spectrum, this discombobulation is going to affect you. And so I say that in kind of a hopeful way. You know, at the end of the day, most things are personal. And I think when it starts affecting people's family, they go, oh, okay, I get it.
Well, and I think that raises for me the next question, which is the different voices that need to be engaged in this. You know, a lot of what you've mentioned has been the importance of listening and to having a lot of voices at the table. It strikes me that this is one where the employers are going to need to be at the table, parents are going to need to be at the table because they want to help guide their children in the right way. Young people who are beginning to enter the workforce. I mean, tell me how you think about the ways to engage a lot of different voices, each of whom may have very different interests or cross purposes in this broad goal of we need to get our country, the workforce, to succeed.
Go ahead, Paul. You know, I'd just start by saying that I discovered when I was governor, the first elected office I'd had, that my greatest power was not written down. It was the convening authority, that I could get anybody to accept an invitation to come sit at the conference table, often with people they never sit with, and problem solve together. And there's so much power in that collaboration. You know, you come with your own ideas, and those ideas get buffeted, they get tested, they get replaced by somebody else's ideas, and you start to get a consensus both on what the reality is so that you can do the leadership, that leadership role of defining reality clearly and fairly, but then you can also have solutions that are responsive. And those solutions may not be policy alone, they may not be policy at all, but they are, or at least legislation alone, that's what I mean. But outcomes or strategies that are where there is shared responsibility are the ones I think that last.
Margaret, let me ask you a question about when thinking through what a national talent strategy should look like, how the balance ought to be struck between wanting to provide something that has specifics, has teeth, has actionable things to do, with the understanding that this is going to be an issue that's going to look different in every state, what the workforce needs are in every state is going to be different, that the world is changing very quickly. How do you balance that need to be flexible and nimble with the need to not be too vague about what it is that our country needs?
Yeah, I think you start with the money. I mean, the old follow the money. So let's take a look at this $250 billion that we're investing, that governors, mayors, school boards are sensitive to, and rightly, and think, do we have this right? Are there the flexibilities that governors need? You talked about you can't braid funding together. I mean, I used to say in my secretarial days, it's as if we're trying to keep people out of the system, not get them in and through successfully. There are too many hurdles. And I think we technician policy nerds need to look under the hood and do that work. I think governors, and I'll call out one example we use in the report, and one of the commissioners who was on our group, in Arkansas, Governor Huckabee has taken every head of every agency and put it under one thing and given him incredible authority to say this, not that, no geography, or whatever. He hadn't said that, but anyway, at a local, regional level. That
I'm going to have geography teachers or geology teachers all over the country.
Geography, geology, taking a lot of incoming today.
Yeah, okay. Don't get me started on the pickleballers, but anyway, I think everybody has to do their part in a way, using whatever lever they have at their disposal, whether it's a convening power, whether it's a technical assistance power, but it all rests under this national imperative, national leadership to do the work and be committed to do the work.
Go ahead.
I think the other thing, and Deval and Margaret's points are great, is this: we have to figure out the right balance between this national strategy, but have the strategy be national, but the tactics and the implementation be state and local.
Absolutely.
And I guess trigger warning or whatever you're supposed to say. I'm gonna say a word here that some still sends cold chills up to people's back. We should learn from the whole experience we went through with Common Core, right? A lot of you just had a but. The idea started great. A bunch of governors came together, let's make sure that parents of a third grader in Oklahoma knew how their student was doing compared to a third grader in Rhode Island. Okay, the whole idea was a great idea. Then because it took on national connotations, and then conspiracy went amok. Okay, we lost the thread there. So my strong recommendations throughout all this has been. It takes let's use the bully pulpit from the national leadership. We have to have that. Let's figure out what the tactics and implementation looks like at a state and local level where specific funding actually happens.
So I would be remiss if I didn't ask about the elephant or donkey in the room, so to speak, politics, and the fact that in order for things to get done, it is going to take action on the part of policymakers. And while we know that governors are often people of action, that is not always the case for other pieces of our government. There's many legislative bodies, possibly ones not too many blocks from here, where it's a little hard to get things moving and get things done. Where do you see the most potential for bipartisan momentum and real action around these issues?
That sounds like something for politicians, Kristen, right here.
Well, I'll give it maybe a political answer. I think it's going to come from the ground up. I think, and I would say this even if you weren't sitting here, Margaret, and your colleagues from the Bipartisan Commission have done us an enormous service by convening across party lines and with a bunch of people who don't associate with any party. In the room around ideas, and to try to organize these ideas into some action steps. I think that's important. I think our job now is to build familiarity and understanding of that report and support for it, and through us out beyond this city, frankly, and let the ideas, let the energy really come from the ground up. I think that's how it will happen, maybe how it always happens at its best. And again, not just politically, although you asked the question about politics, but this is a big challenge for industry, a big challenge for the private sector. And the private sector, like the public sector, is not going to be able to solve it on its own.
I think Governor Patrick is right, but I'd add to that this. I really do feel like this is one of those, you have the rare opportunity that we can start without it carrying the baggage of being identified with either side. This is one of those that both sides should say, yeah, we really do need that, okay? And there'll be some disagreement about exactly what implementation looks like, but this is one of those that I think the country's waiting for somebody that can kind of call forth our better angels, if you will. And this is one of those issues that you can do it without taking so much incoming from your own side, you can't ever get started.
And Kristen, just if we don't do this now, I mean, the class of senators that will be elected this go round, and of course the new president, I mean, they are staring at the, Social Security insolvency. We already know we have major fiscal challenges in our country. This is the FOR agenda, the FOR. The cure for all of that is get our people and our talent harnessed around the bullseye. Because it's not going to be very much fun to be a governor sitting there with hundreds of billions of dollars of federal cuts and without a strategy, a FOR agenda about people.
So let's say this FOR agenda gets implemented. We actually begin to make progress on this. And we're sitting here 5-10 years from now revisiting the report, the findings, the national talent strategy, the effort. What will it look like if we've gotten this right?
I'm going to start because, and this is so Pollyanna and lofty, I'll get laughed off the stage, but I think we need to hope we can get to a place where people in this country feel like opportunity is for me. The American dream is for me. And I can see how I can get from here to there. And I'm not sure that's what people think right now, but I think we can restore that faith in our institutions and this promise of our country.
I just say this is why this is a matter of national interest. I'd build on that and say, I hope we have a system of information and collaboration that enables us to adjust to changes as they come, and not later on, not just the consequences of change, but actually engaging and readying ourselves for that change, because that is a constant.
Agree with both those. I'd point to maybe a specific indicator. I would hope 10 years from now, the percentage of people who think the country's future can be better than its past, that indicator turns back up. This is the first, last 10 years where people didn't think their lives were going to be better than their parents. And if we can turn that needle back up, that would be success.
As a pollster, I can tell you that all of that data looks pretty grim right now, but turning it around would be massive.
Maybe we'll just get a dead cat bounce in there somewhere.
Well, with my last 40 seconds, I want to do a quick lightning round down the row. What is one reason you're optimistic?
Because I think Americans share this belief in opportunity and education, and that this is all what makes them and us great.
Governors?
I'd say because Americans are ready for comprehensive ideas that work.
Yeah, and people being afraid of what might happen can be a motivator to change. I mean, once people go, oh, I look out and I am concerned about what I'll do or what my kids or what my grandkids will do, that can be a motivator to change.
Well, we know parents are feeling the urgency, employers are feeling the urgency, industry is feeling the urgency, and Bipartisan Policy Center, you all have felt the urgency here by putting your commission together and presenting this report and this national talent strategy approach. So thank you all for joining me today for this conversation. What a treat.
Please welcome to the stage Matt Barnum, Ideas Editor of Chalkbeat.
Hello and welcome. I am really excited to talk about the start of the talent pipeline in K-12 education. I promised them a feisty panel, so I hope they can live up to it, even though I know we're also very bipartisan here. I've got a great set of panelists with me. To my left, I have Katie Jenner, who is Indiana Secretary of Education. Next, I have Tom Kane, who's a Harvard professor. And then I have Andy Rotherham, the co-founder of Bellwether. I'd like to start by asking each panelist about the report that was released, and for each of them to talk about one recommendation from the report on K-12 education that they're excited about, and also the problem that that recommendation is seeking to solve. Who wants to start?
Go ahead.
Gentlemen
Dr.
first today.
Public officials first. You're the.
Okay.
All right,
Andy.
Yeah. All right. So, first of all, thank you, Matt, for doing this. Thank you, Tom and Katie. It was fun to do this with you. And I want to just Margaret didn't necessarily do this. I want to just shout out Margaret. First of all, there's too much admiring of the problem right now and not enough just rolling up your sleeves. And the fact that she just decided we're going to do this and we're going to come together, I think is just tremendously commendable and too rare. And also for the two governors, for Governor Haslam and Governor Patrick, who both on this issue literally gave at the office, right? So they didn't need to come back and get scuffed up doing this, and they were willing to step up. And I think so. This is Washington, so I'm answering the question I wanted to answer, not the one you asked.
Valid. Welcome to my life as a journalist.
But I think it's really important to call that out. There's a lot of great stuff in the report. I really hope people will read it. The emphasis on research is important. It's super well timed with the IES report that Dr. Northern just did coming out. But the one I want to focus on is the scorecard and data. And the problem I think it's trying to solve is, and I've seen this in Virginia in my service on the state board, I've seen it nationally. Often education, it sounds like a solution in search of a problem. Education reform, education improvement, because we have for a long time just not leveled with parents about what's going on. And you see this when, it flares up in the media periodically, like something like this UC San Diego episode with math. But it's a constant problem. You hear, if you teach college, you see it, that we're very miscalibrated on expectations and results. We're sending the wrong signals to kids. And that seems like a clear federal role. It seems like a place we can obviously do better, and you will see both in the report, and then there's some more material in the appendix that I hope you'll read, because I think better, more actionable information at the state level, it doesn't need to come from Washington, but requirements to push that out at the state level would be tremendously important just in having a better education conversation than one we're having right now.
So given Matt's introduction, it wouldn't be surprising for you to hear that the part that I'm most excited about is the part on data and measurement. And so if states are going to be the laboratories of democracy, somebody needs to pay for the experiments and keep states honest about what their results are. And so if you read the report, there's a lot of emphasis on the federal role in measurement and in keeping NAEP relevant for the changes that are coming ahead, and for federal funding for evaluating the impact of state initiatives. So it's not that the federal government has no role to play. The federal government has a different role to play in this new environment.
So I'm going to answer your question, but I work with media a lot, so I'm going to say something else too. So, with this report, I really love and appreciate how it's positioned, not just for the bipartisan, because Lord knows we need that in our country, a common theme, but there's a quote on page 4. Moving from at risk to at work will not only take bold leadership across party divides, but also big ideas to chart an entirely new way forward. The report challenges policymakers, and I would argue influencers like everyone in this room, to think beyond our antiquated and disjointed structures to design a better system for American people. I flag that right out of the gate, you all, because the threat is that we say we're reformers, we're influencers, but we protect the status quo. And I think we do that some, and we need to guard against that. We've got to be bold and innovative. You asked favorite recommendation. Of course, data was on the list. I love recommendation 7 about rethinking high school, but probably a lot of you have heard me talk about that topic before with credentials of value and work-based learning. So I'm going to share the topic that I like and I think is going to be the most tough for someone like me to drive, but it's really important. And that's recommendation 3 about strengthening and aligning the skills frameworks. Because businesses are saying we want skills, educators are saying we teach skills, and we are not talking the same language so often. A team member sent me an article last night about 50 CAN data. They surveyed the most important school features that parents care about. And the first one was a strong education in life skills and what's next, followed by the academic mastery. So parents are wanting it, but it's very, very, very tricky to drive as a policymaker because some people say skills are important, but it's too tough to figure out. So I really like that one. We're building a qualifications framework in Indiana, but it's going to take time and it is really tough work.
So the presumption of this report and of prior reform efforts has been that there is a bipartisan federal role in education. Both aspects of that are very controversial right now. The bipartisan, sorry to say in this room, the bipartisan aspect is controversial, and so is the federal role in education. What is the pathway in Washington, D.C. as it exists right now for bipartisan federal role in driving educational improvements?
I think the pathway is not across the entrenched lines. So right now there's an entrenched line around, is there a federal role in K-12 education? But as I said before, I think by shifting the debate, by saying, okay, what's a different role the federal government could play? That'll be the place where we can find common ground. And I think there is common ground on measurement, on funding innovations like new high school designs or new approaches to offering, career-related credentials. I think that if the federal government stayed in that lane and focused on funding experiments, helping to learn what's working, and sharing what's working with state and local leaders, that will be the source of bipartisan agreement.
Is that just a quick question, follow-up that anyone can answer? Like, is that a muscular enough federal role? I mean, No Child Left Behind was a very robust federal role, and it did seem to drive some gains in outcomes, especially math achievement. What you're envisioning might be more politically palatable, but will it work? Will anyone care what Washington is, the ideas that they're cooking up that are not mandatory?
Well, I think being clear about whether or not states are making progress.
We are clear. So they're not.
Well,
right? Is there a lack of clarity? Is there a lack of clarity on that front?
We can be even more clear and stay clear about that. I mean, in some ways, what this commission's report is doing is saying, okay, the federal accountability role is less focused on schools and districts and more focused on keeping states honest about what progress they're making. And I think bolstering NAEP is just a critical role for the federal government to play and to help provide funding to evaluate the effects of some of the state initiatives. I think it's not muscular, but it's a supporting role for leadership.
I'll push on the premise though a little bit. I think part of the problem is when we say like nothing's working, all the states aren't doing well. Like some of the states are actually making gains. They're doing a set of things. Sure. And if you want politicians to take risks, you have to show them that there's some sort of payoff. And I think this community has spent an awful lot of time running around saying nothing works. We haven't accomplished anything. I mean, you just described No Child Left Behind, I think accurately. There were some gains, but that's not well understood, right? It's very easy to do the performative, oh, we haven't gotten anything for 20 years. And if you say that to politicians long enough, they're going to listen, right? And they're going to respond accordingly. And so the first thing is to talk about all is not lost. This sort of like abandon all hope approach. Then second, it's to be realistic. And so I think Kevin Kosar has this idea about Congress, that there's a toxic Congress and a secret Congress. And I think it's actually a really good way to understand Congress. Toxic Congress is the one we all see on cable news shows and social media. Secret Congress is actually working to try to get stuff done, and it does sometimes make some progress. And so you have to figure out what can you get done in secret Congress. Who are the people who are part of secret Congress? Those are the members who they're not interested in they're problem solvers, whether or not they identify with that group. They want to try to get stuff done. The third thing is, if you look like everyone said we're not going to reauthorize the Higher Education Act, they might be right, but there was a backdoor reauthorization as part of last year's tax bill. So this stuff can happen in different ways, and I think this blueprint that the commission has laid out, it doesn't necessarily need to happen all as some sort of comprehensive plan. There's pieces in it that can move in different ways. And I think that's extremely important as sort of a way to think about it. And then finally, bipartisan is important, also just cross-partisan. This is like Karen Nussel has this idea. She's at Aspen, has been working on this, who knows from her career, knows a great deal about Congress. And we need to find a place where we can work together. It may not be bipartisan, it may be people from within each party finding each other and figuring out how to work together. It's not easy. I'm not going to question your premise that this is a tough time for both the federal role and for bipartisanship, but I think there are more reasons to be optimistic if you sort of get off of Twitter and talk to people who are actually rolling up their sleeves and trying to do the work.
Yeah, the other thing on measurement is making sure we're looking at the right outcomes and all of them. So reading and math, yes. How about, and this report talks a lot about, but how about work-based learning? How about stackable credentials of value? How about the examples in the report of multiple states, blue and red, who are showing what's tactically possible in pushing towards outcomes? I do think it's, and I hate to disagree with the media person, don't write a bad story about me, please. I guess you can, note it.
Too late.
Too late. But I do think there are some states that are more ready than others when it comes to education, all of it coming back to the states. I mean, states are the primary places where innovation can happen. We're closest to the people. We're closest to the employers, the education systems, the workers. I do think there's varying readiness that as a country we have to acknowledge. And I'll just flag, one of the examples you and I talked about before, and you specifically asked about the Department of Education. The U.S. Department of Education has been fantastic to work with as we've been seeking a waiver. We will, I'm asked about this a lot, you just asked me, we will get a waiver in Indiana. We are very, very close. But I will tell you the push and pull between the department and us has been very healthy, and kids have been the center of the conversation every step of the way. But they're not forcing us in do status quo and accept different results or expect different results. They are truly listening as we're sharing our case about how we think this bold initiative can change things for the better in Indiana. So just wanted to flag that. The other thing you talked about, and I hate to say this too in front of the DC swirl, so I've upset media, now I'm gonna upset the DC swirl.
Just don't upset the Harvard professor.
Okay, yeah, noted. I think when I come to DC, everyone, it is kind of a swirl. Everybody's like, DC, 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 federal, 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 federal. And then when I go back to Indiana, I live in rural Indiana, it's not talked about, right? So 95% of my time is focused on Indiana tactics, strategies to drive the ball forward, not the ins and outs of some of the policy work that you all are truly dealing with day in and day out. As states, we have to remain very, very, very focused on the prize, which is outcome for kids.
Do you think on that point, do you think these recommendations and the broader idea of bipartisan school reform will resonate in rural Indiana? I mean, I'm going to read one recommendation, not to pick on it, but so for instance, recommendation 5, modernize K-12 reporting and incentive structures to deliver richer, more actionable information. I think there's a very good case that should happen, but I just don't, are people in rural Indiana, is that what they're coming up to you and asking for? Is that what they really want for their schools, modernizing reporting structures?
So some of you know I started this role in January 2021, and I've learned a lot, had a lot of growing moments. But early on, there was a person in Indiana who every time I would speak, he would say, you need to act like you're talking to a Jennings County, Indiana mom. Talk to her like that. Because sometimes our policy talks to people like us. So we do a ton of translating. We do a ton of trying to understand, what do American parents care about? Like, what do they want for their kids? Well, let's thread the needle that way, because if you can get parents on board, it's very, very helpful for the life of the education.
So what's your, and this is for everyone, what is the bumper sticker for bipartisan school reform? Because I think there used to be bumper stickers. No Child Left Behind was hold schools accountable for outcomes for all kids. Race to the Top was better teacher quality and rigorous common standards. I also think on the political left and the political right, there are bumper stickers. For the left, it's more funding for schools. For the right, it's more subsidies or education savings account to go to private school or to have more choice. But what's the bipartisan school reform bumper sticker?
I think the substantive one is responsive systems and better quality. And I think one of the themes you see through the entire report, not just the K-12, but all the sections of it, is how do you make the user experience with government better? People, there's a great article Jim Vanda has out this morning that and it's something I've noticed. You travel around this country, people don't hate each other. They like each other. They get along. It's our political class that can't get along. The average person, they want a responsive system. They're not angry with their fellow citizen. They're angry with government for not responding to their needs and to their concerns. So I think that's the message substantively. I think the message for sort of the elite community and so forth, we need the adults back in the room. It's easy to forget, even in when Bill Clinton, when he was president, it was just, in Congress, when it was just hammer and tongs, they still talked behind the scenes. They still figured out how to sort of move things along, right? There were still conversations. We have just got to have much higher expectations for government than we do now. And so I agree with the point that some of the language in the report is aimed at a policy audience, but I do think, I live half time in a rural community. People want to know what's going on with their schools. They want better quality. They might not recognize that language per se, but those core ideas, absolutely. And we need to start being more responsive to that. So my other bumper sticker would be put the adults back in charge, please.
Yeah, and that's 100% true. They want to know. You just have to translate it in ways that they care about and resonate locally. So that was a lot for a bumper sticker. I've been waiting for this moment. What is your bumper sticker?
My bumper sticker is responsive systems and better information.
Responsive systems, better information.
And then my other one is please put the adults back in charge.
Please put the adults. Okay, that's fair.
So I incorporated a little alliteration.
Does it fit on a bumper
I gave
sticker?
them a hint.
It does.
Harvard professors say a lot of things that won't fit on a bumper sticker.
It does. Locals lead, feds fund, measure, and evaluate.
Say that again.
It's a little wordy.
So say that again.
I could see that on a Prius. I don't see that on
the tongue.
I don't see that on a pickup truck.
Maybe a Newton.
I drive an EV.
Wait, say it one more time. Okay, say it one more time. I won't laugh.
Locals lead, feds fund, measure, and evaluate.
Yeah, you're right about the Prius point. That's true. All right, so rural Indiana here. First of all, I started with ChatGPT, and I'm like, what do you think, ChatGPT? And they gave me all of these like lame bumper stickers that no one would read. So I made up my own, which is education is the way out of your parents' basement. And that would go on a pickup truck.
It's pretty good. You should start selling those. $19.99.
Katie wins.
Can we talk about the teaching profession? There are some recommendations in the report about bolstering the teaching profession. And I'm old enough to remember where you couldn't go to a panel without someone saying the most important in-school factor is the quality of the teacher. And actually, that was based on research from Tom. And, you know, teaching quality is obviously very important. I would love for one of you to speak to what you think needs to happen to bolster the quality of the teaching profession, and like, does this report meet that moment in terms of like big ideas for strengthening the profession?
So the report has a couple of specific recommendations around teacher preparation or teacher quality work. The first is around, ensuring teacher preparation programs have, focus on what we've learned about the science of reading and how you teach instruction. But I think the most important thing is what the report doesn't say and sort of leaves up to states and districts to determine which teacher policies are making the biggest difference. I think there's some really interesting things going on out there in states. So the Texas Incentive Allotment Program, I think, is a fascinating approach. Mike Miles, the superintendent in Houston, was on the commission and had a number of ideas there. So it's not that the report is ignoring the role of teachers and teacher quality. It's rather saying, hey, there are a lot of questions, and this is one where we're going to leave it up to states and districts to make those decisions.
I mean, I'll just call out one small thing. And I think Tom said it well, like there's a bunch of different things that work and there's a lot of innovation happening around the country. And so the report doesn't say do what works or best practices, but it does say don't do stuff we know doesn't work. And we're going to pull back federal dollars on that. And there is actually a surprising number of practices that exist at the state level and are subsidized at the federal level where the research is clear they don't work. They work across purposes with quality and outcomes. And I think that's an important sort of inversion of the way we usually approach this that's in the report. There's also some very subtle stuff on teacher retirement that I think is really important and is the kind of thing, again, that's like a secret Congress thing. Like lots of people are not clamoring on that, but there is stuff Congress is failing to do, some of the things it needs to do on oversight there, and there's things that Congress could do even in a polarized time like this. So I think I guess the kids would call them the game or Easter eggs. There's some Easter eggs buried in the report that I think are ideas that could be acted on and would actually have like a very salutary effect on the experience of teachers.
So I would second the Texas Incentive Program. We're studying that right now because the reality is, you all know this, there's only so much money. And yet I think most in the room, Democrat, Republican, Independent, can agree we have to pay our teachers more. So on considering both of those.
Woo, that got some applause.
Hopefully it's not just one side of the aisle. I hope both parties applauded that.
But teacher pay has in dollars has been flat for about 30 years, or maybe even more. And why is teacher salary has been flat?
Salaries. You have a situation where teachers say, "Hey, I haven't gotten a raise in a while. My cash comp isn't going up," and state legislatures and people in state government are like, "That's actually one of our biggest cost growth areas with the curve," and they're both actually telling the truth, and that's because of unsustainable retirement policies. That's broader set of healthcare policies that we're wrestling with. So that's half true, but there's a wrinkle there that people have not wanted to sort of confront that we have to confront if we're going to get this right.
Yeah, I agree with that point, and I read a Stanford report on this. I read Harvard reports too from time to time.
Now you've done it.
I know. But I read a Stanford report, it was several years back, about some of our teacher pay challenges in America. And again, talk about getting behind states and encouraging bold ideas. And again, the Texas Incentive Program is something that we're studying in Indiana. The other couple things I'll flag in the report, I thought it did a really nice job, really showing how our various silos, we all know this, have to work together. K-12, higher ed, workforce. And I think more and more, the schools that are successful are really disrupting what being a high school teacher looks like. As you know, they may be a dual credit teacher, an AP teacher. Hopefully they're all contributing to supporting all kids and earning credentials of value at the high school level. That was a big element within the report, and that is a different way of thinking. That helps with affordability for parents. That helps the child get their start, especially when they may be a first-gen college student. And then it better connects them to the talent pipeline, that pull system. But the high school teacher is going to continue to look more and more different. And then the other impact that we have to flag is AI. I think probably most of us in this room know, the teacher, the people side of it is always going to be there. And in fact, the teaching of some of the human skills, ethical reasoning, the values, is probably going to become more and more important in the AI world. But I do think the teacher's role in a classroom is going to continue to shift. And that's where our ed prep colleges are going to have to move faster.
And Matt, I want to pick up on one theme that Katie raised, which is
Do you disagree?
This quality in this quality in high school issue, which is really important. And it gets back to this issue that should be bipartisan. Everyone from Glenn Youngkin in Virginia to Arne Duncan, when he was secretary and afterwards, refers to the honesty gap and the problems we have there. And that's making sure there's a lot of great tools out there. I think Portrait of a Graduate has a lot of promise, but the way it's being implemented in a lot of cases is a problem, and it opens up sort of trapdoors on equity. And ironically, it's championed by some of the people who see themselves as like the biggest proponents of equity, but it opens up some quality problems. ACT Work Keys is a great tool. I think it has a lot of value for kids, but it's not necessarily coded with certain opportunities and so forth and aligned, and it can send bad signals. And if one of the best things we could do is just help kids in high school get information about different credentials so they're making informed choices, they understand that, and make sure that the measures and the signals are actually aligned. And that's not just career stuff, that's also making sure if we're rewarding you for AP that it's actually passing at a level that colleges are going to recognize, or IB as well. It's getting all those things aligned, and right now they're very misaligned, and I think there's different ways. Katie is leading on this in Indiana. I think there's different ways to approach this, but it's an issue we have to take on, because that misalignment, we're sending an awful lot of kids out into the world after we have them for 12 years, and we've sort of been telling them a lie along the way in different ways, and we've got to get on top of that.
So Katie, I hope that you do experiment with
Stanford reports.
No,
is that what you're going to say?
With a teacher policy, yes. Built something. It doesn't have to be exactly the same thing as the Texas teacher incentive allotment, but the federal government ought to pay to help evaluate, help learn where it's working, where it's not. Help try to pay for learning about the efficacy of those efforts. Why? Well, because the rest of the country will benefit. So states underinvest in research and evaluation because they capture only a small part of the value of the lessons learned. And the federal government has an essential role to play in trying to learn about the efficacy of these things. Now, of course, we need to, it can't be the federal government itself. There needs to be third parties that are doing this. But this is the way we're going to make progress, is if states act boldly, but then we learn from the effects of those experiments.
Yeah, and I think that was mentioned in the report with RELs Is that right?
And just
Rel?
in general on this was
Lindsay Fryer, am I saying that right?
Rels.
Okay.
This was a pretty
Whew, good.
This was a pretty
I phone a friend a lot.
This was a pretty diverse commission. The commissioners
Yes.
were definitely bipartisan, and there was a lot of perspectives. One of the places you see is just a very strong clarion call is that federal role in research, not just what we're talking about K-12, but more generally. And I think that's a secret Congress signal. These are people who have led in different capacities, and whether they were R or D or I, they all agreed on that.
Yeah, but
Okay, one last question.
Can I say something real fast?
Yeah, sure.
Don't put another tally by my name. What Tom just said on RELs is right now we're not systematically and strategically approaching all of that money. And that's an opportunity. Okay.
Okay, last question. We have 90 seconds.
Yeah, the labs are so exciting. Can we stay on the labs longer? That's
the
really,
RELs.
Yeah, it's really.
In rural Indiana, I'm sure they're talking about the RELs. What should and shouldn't be sent back to the states, and what should be taken away from the states? Think about like a one-sentence answer to at least one of those. We already talked about research, but.
If they want to do stuff that's clearly at odds with the research, they can do it with their own money, Washington, but like we don't need to be subsidizing that with federal dollars. So that's a takeaway, and you see that in the report. States can have a lot more flexibility. I actually think there's going to be room for some innovation around that. I think everybody agrees there's room for programmatic consolidation and so forth, but what should stay federal is that core civil rights role, that core role in accountability, that core role before the word got abused and what we used to call equity. Those are federal things, and I think if you look, you cannot see progress for a disadvantaged group, whether that's in education, whether that's more generally socially, where there hasn't been that federal civil rights pressure, and I think there's a lesson there we really need to heed.
Tom, you have 10 seconds.
So during the pandemic, I read lots of news releases where there was a lot of evasion and spin from state education agencies. And I think that's inevitable, but I think the federal government with the National Assessment of Educational Progress and the nation's report card can help, continue to be transparent about what's working and what's not.
I'll be fast because I see the zeros.
You have negative 10 seconds.
Negative 10 seconds. We have to be honest about the data for every single state. I'm a big believer in assessment and accountability. Now, I think we need to do better in those areas. And then, oh shoot, I forgot my thought. I feel the pressure. Hold on. Oh, it goes back to the other. Every state looks a little bit different, and we have to own that as a country. And some states are going to need some additional support. I think philanthropies are really stepping up and helping in that conversation right now.
Thanks for the great conversation. Appreciate it.
Thank
you, Matt.
Please welcome to the stage Paul Fain, editor of WorkShift.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've got an exciting panel here to discuss skills, so please get back to your seats. So I'm Paul Fain, I'm your moderator. I'm just going to briefly introduce our stellar panelists. To my left, Christian Meisner, Chief Human Resources Officer for GE Aerospace. To his left, Caitlin O'Neill, Head of U.S. Public Policy and the Economic Graph at LinkedIn. And last but not least, Scott Pulsifer, President of Western Governors University. So we're going to talk about, as the report does, a bigger emphasis on skills. The skills-first hiring movement, skills-based hiring, moving beyond degrees to focus more on skills in hiring. This is about getting people off the sidelines and into the workforce, credit for what they know and can do. So I want to start in the spirit of a spicy panel. Having covered skills-based hiring, we had a lot of excitement about that in the pandemic's wake. A lot of companies moving into dropping degrees and hiring state governments. But I think it's safe to say that we haven't made enough progress or much progress there even. We may be in what the Gartner hype cycle says is the trough of disillusionment. So I'm going to start with Christian. Why have we not gotten where we should be with skills first? Or have we?
No, I would agree we haven't. When I think about skills and that approach, I think of that famous quote, which is, I would have written you a shorter letter, but it would have taken too much time. Because it applies to a lot of things, one of my favorites, but to skills, I think it's really easy to do a mind dump onto a sheet of paper, 5 pages of things you would like to see in an employee or in a role. It is a lot harder to distill that down to its bare essence of what are the actual skills required to do a role, in this case in an industrial technology manufacturing company. And then if you couple that to how do you measure those skills? So one is identification, and then measure it in a way that is satisfactory so that you can dispense with the credentialing. It's actually really harder than it sounds. And so what we do is rely on the historical crutches of one of two things, time in position or years of experience, and or some sort of certificate accreditation, right? Degrees, diplomas. And it's really a proxy for having a crisp set of skills and ability to measure that. And there's a whole bunch of challenges that come with it. One of the biggest ones from my perspective, we've got, call it 58,000 employees around the globe, majority here in the US, we're hiring, is you naturally bypass big talent pools that you could have normally otherwise tapped, right? Because they're not coming out of central casting with the right piece of paper. They may have, by the way, the requisite skills or an adjacent set of skills that with a little bit of training, you could bring them along. The one example I'll give very briefly is, and this is the one that maybe drives me the most crazy, we're making a little progress. People coming out of the military, in this case, people who are actually maintaining jet engines on fighter jets, have a very difficult time to move over to the commercial side and maintain a jet engine on a commercial airliner. Not because they don't really have the skill, it's because the language that the military uses, the terminology, doesn't map over to what the FAA requires. And so we're missing this Rosetta Stone, right? But it's not a skill issue. And so we're tapping that pool really aggressively, but we have to do a lot of work to make that happen. I think it's indicative of a bigger opportunity in front of us.
Well, I think we'll hear more about that Rosetta Stone, the potential there. Catlin, you are very well placed to comment on skills. Can you give us a sense of where you think things are, where they need to be on skills first?
Absolutely. Well, we've been talking about skills-based hiring at LinkedIn for quite some time, as you well know. And I think you hit on a really important point that we've been talking about at LinkedIn for quite some time, which is we've all been, this conversation in the workforce, they told me to keep it two inches away, I hope that's okay. The conversation in the workforce space, we've been talking about it for a long time, but it hasn't actually scaled. And what I think we believe now is that AI is the moment to enable that scale, because you need data to advance and scale skills-based hiring, right? Like, we have less than 50% of the workforce has college degrees, and we've been using college degrees as a signal, leaving out more than 50% of the workforce. You have people who are coming into the workforce trained in other ways, and AI is just going to accelerate all of that. So I think what we need in this moment is to have a shared language on what skills are, how they lead to certain jobs that can help us facilitate skills-based hiring. Institutions can wrap around that so we can sort of further scale this opportunity that we have before us.
Scott, maybe I'll use a different word with you here, skills and competencies. Can you give us a sense from the educator side of where we are?
Yeah. They are related, but they are different. So a skill is actually what is the task, knowledge, activity, et cetera, that you require to perform a particular job well. And then competency is what is the degree of proficiency you have in that particular skill. And so I think to your original question, as much as we, even from the educator side, can have a skills architect and model by which we assess and verify an individual's proficiency in particular skills, you still have two practical matters that have to be addressed. One is what Christian was raising, which is employers actually have to do the task analysis to actually identify the skills that are required to perform well in the functions and the jobs that exist, and most people don't do that. We write narrative versions of job descriptions. We don't actually put it into a taxonomy that's usable. I will offer that AI is a really, really good tool to dramatically simplify that process. And so employers should be thinking about how to utilize AI, as we do, to do the cognitive task analysis to effectively distill the skills that are required for different roles. But there's another practical matter, which is even if you had all the jobs identified or articulated in skills, skills-based hiring worked, I think, particularly well when you had greater demand than you had supply. Because employers were starting to identify pools of talent that they weren't naturally going to historically because I didn't have enough supply and I had way more demand than I had supply. We're now in a period where that's kind of flipping, such that all of you that are hiring managers out there, if you know even the skills required for the job that you're trying to hire, and you may identify in a skills-based way hundreds of potential candidates, and on the margin, guess what culturally most of us will do? Well, this one also has a degree. And so then what looks like in practice again is you end up over-indexing on degree as being the blunt instrument by which individuals get hired, even if you actually had all the structure in place to do a skills-based hiring and skills-based way by which you're identifying and sourcing talent, that we humans end up defaulting to on the margin. A candidate is more likely to be fit for that role. We can end up over-indexing still or defaulting to things that we've used in the past. So there's still this cultural, practical element to that. I'll offer one last thing is that we, from an educator side, we do have that skills architecture. We now have over 100,000 of our own students and graduates that utilize our learning and employment record, which is a skills architecture. There's an incredible thing that it surfaces for them when you have a workforce or a marketplace of opportunities that are skills architected, and my capacity or capabilities now articulated in skills. I actually surface many more opportunities and I gain awareness of things I can apply for and that I'm ready for in a way that I as an individual was not ready for before. And so there's this awesome Google Map-like kind of capability that starts to service because you've articulated it in skills.
Thanks for that. Catlin, I want to turn to you for a minute to talk about what LinkedIn is seeing in terms of the demand for skills. And then we'll talk a little bit about the demand signals. But what's changing now? I know you all had a big report just recently. What skills are on the rise?
Thanks for the plug.
Yeah, that's true.
You should check out our 2026 Skills on the Rise report. I think in the last year, we saw an increase in demand for AI talent. Increasingly, what we've seen, actually, an increase of jobs requiring AI literacy. That's an increase of 70% year over year. And what that suggests is actually a demand for AI skills with human skills enabled sort of around it. So you can think about how judgment, operating in ambiguity, stakeholder management are skills that are necessary for this AI moment.
Christian, I think a lot of this hinges on employers being able to signal what they need in a fast-changing economy. What do you all do at GE Aerospace to do that? What do we need more of?
Yeah, I mean, a couple things come to mind. First is if I think about how we build kind of a whole ecosystem, right? There's three key elements, and we've got some of them represented here. It starts with industry. I'll speak on behalf of industry for a second. We're the ones with the jobs. We're the ones who are going to hire people and pay them, give them benefits. We have to do a better job of articulating the demand signal, be that skill-based, be that geography, be that roles, but only we can really articulate with some granularity, what does that look like? And we need to do a better job of that, because once we have that, we're able then to, I think, to really engage the other two legs of that stool, being educational partners, 4-year, 2-year tech schools, trade schools, you name it, right? Where there's an engagement around the curricula to produce the right skills. And I think the government angle here can be, whether it's federal, state, or even local, is how do they help from the funding perspective, making it easier to tap those funds. Because these are investments, these programs. Make no mistake about it. You do not come out, whether it's a certificate or a skill-based, and be ready to go 100% day one. There's additional investment that is made by the company. And so how do you defray some of that cost in a thoughtful, streamlined way, less silos, right? And if the three of those are kind of all working in harmony, I think that's how you start working at scale, and we move beyond kind of these smaller bespoke programs, which are lovely, but aren't really going to put a dent in the talent challenge we have coming forward.
Just briefly, thinking about the role of government in this space specifically, the report talks about the potential for the talent marketplaces, like what Alabama's done with the talent triad. Are you optimistic that state governments can help making connections between employers and what they really need with educators and job seekers themselves?
We are. I mean, I think, there's opportunities at all three levels, be it, municipality, state, federal. But for us, our view is the sweet spot really is the state level. One is because we can articulate, and we've spoken with different governors that say, Governor, if we tell you the aerospace industry is going to need 15,000 CNC mechanics in your state in the next 3 years, in these sub-geographies in your state, what do you say to that? Right? I tested that with a couple governors. They were ready to go. Yeah. So I do think the state is the right level for scale. Not that the federal government doesn't have a role or municipalities, but it's a nice balance of scale, but targeted. Because I think a lot of these super broad programs just get lost in what is a really well-founded, good-natured approach, but never really gets traction that we want.
Thanks for that.
Can I just add to that really quickly? Because I think that what government can also help do is provide confidence to workers about non-traditional pathways, which we're going to increasingly see a lot of because there's so many ways to skill right now. And like we're sort of all coalescing on what formal training would look like, but there are going to be non-traditional pathways. There have been for years, but it's just going to accelerate.
Confidence and also just knowing that the pathway is there, having information. But Scott, obviously, WGU does scale well in higher ed. You have partnerships with a lot of employers. Can you talk about what works best there and really knowing what they need?
Well, I will say that we do start from that end and work backwards into the learning. One thing I think, Christian, you were even emphasizing, and I've said before, that it feels to me, even in the world of learning, that we're entering the age of the employer, meaning that if you really want to talk about quality of education, the relevancy of the learning is, in fact, the key metric or the key measure of that quality. That it is it actually providing you the knowledge, skill, and ability to attain opportunity and advance in your life? And so guess where you find the signals for that? You find that among employers in the workforce. And so if you start from that end and work backwards, we are certainly utilizing a lot of different information that comes from the likes of Lightcast and our own now AI-enabled ability to actually assess where demand is actually ebbing and flowing across the different sectors and specific roles within that. But then we are partnering with our 1,000+ employers to utilize now AI-enabled cognitive task analysis to actually work with them directly and saying, you now have to identify the skills that are required in that and what level of proficiency. When we do that, as a competency-based provider of education, it allows us to actually identify the assessments that you'd utilize to verify a candidate's proficiency in that. Once you know that, we can then work into the actual curriculum design. What is, in fact, all of the subject matters and the topics, et cetera, that you need to actually learn to close the gap that exists between what you know and what you have to know. And then ultimately that feeds into the content. And so when we start with that opportunity as the end and we work backwards into the learning, it's a very different approach. Now, even in that middle, as we think about our programs, a program for us is a credential, whether that's a degree, a micro-credential, like that is a program. When you think about designing that program, we also work with program advisory councils that are represented, certainly with academics on it, but as much employer representation on it as anything else. That's to say that the outcome of that is we believe that whether it's a course-based or an academic learning pathway, a work-based learning pathway, et cetera, the whole goal of that is the individuals who persist and complete through it are readied for the job. And that's what we see in our data, is that our employers are incredibly satisfied with the readiness of the graduates in our programs. We also see that our own students are saying, this prepared me for the job that I want to pursue. that it felt like it was a match. And to me, that's at the core of creating the talent marketplace or talent economy of tomorrow. It's like you have to ensure that those that are providing the talent actually have the skills that's needed in the workforce.
Obviously, a lot of movement in higher ed on that front, but I think that level of working backwards and measuring is quite rare still.
If you think of most institutions, there's one reason why it's really rare is that 100 plus years ago, we afforded faculty academic freedom, which meant I got to decide what I'm going to teach. I didn't really ask whether it's relevant to what you want to do. Because if it's this subject matter, I was going to be the master of that space. And I think we can think differently about that. Or at least we should put incentives in place that increases the likelihood that those professors and those subject matter experts are actually designing the curriculum to enable the individual to be readied for the opportunity.
Let's turn to the Rosetta Stone topic here. I think it's, again, safe to say that we're more a Tower of Babel at this point when it comes to skills and competencies than a Rosetta Stone. But the learning and employment records space, as the report mentions, is pretty exciting here. A lot of work happening. Catlin, again, I mean, LinkedIn has just a great viewpoint of what's possible. Who and how can we develop a shared language? How can government play a role there? Should government?
Well, this is a great opportunity for me to say thank you to the Bipartisan Policy Center for the extraordinary work you've done this last year. I served as a commissioner on the Worker and Workforce Committee where we had a lot of discussions about this. And the report actually proposes a national data, can't remember the name of it. I don't know if anybody out there can share, but it is a sort of public-private stakeholder bringing everybody together to actually align on shared taxonomies. And that's going to be really important in this space that we find ourselves in where the pace is so fast that we're having to keep up. We need to have a shared language. It's like skills is our common language, but we're all speaking a different dialect. We need to make sure that employers, educators, training providers, learners and workers all understand what the value of their skills are.
I've got to go to the employer to respond to that. I mean, I think large employers, industry associations can play a role here. Obviously, more of a challenge for smaller employers. What would you like to see?
Well, I do think the points that you were making, having a taxonomy and an understanding of the skills, being able to track what people have is really essential, and not having to have multiple translation. What we really like to see is more and more so on the manufacturing side is viewing this, very often this is captured in the lens of a job, which in many ways it is. Starts with a job. But more and more so, we've got folks who have got the 1950s version of manufacturing of dark, dull, dangerous, dirty, right? When it's really far from that at this point. It's high-tech, clean, and safe in many cases. And the job, the entry-level job, is the beginning of a career, even as a production employee. And that's changed quite a bit, and the skills required for that. There's a skill set required to get in the door, but I think in many cases, I'll talk about GE Aerospace, that's just the beginning of the investment, beginning of the career. It's a little bit like the medical world where, you're going into your residency. You might feel good that we don't take someone just because they have a certificate, put them on the shop floor and let them assemble a jet engine that's going to keep you aloft at 40,000 feet. It's just the beginning. In fact, we invest a lot in some non-technical skills right up front. We call it flight deck, but it's a lean operating model, and that's all about problem solving. It's about Kaizen, continuous improvement. It's a whole set of behaviors, really, and tools that all employees learn. And then as they matriculate up, often through getting additional technical skills, higher tech skills, that leads to promotion, higher wages. In many cases, what we see, people end up being team leaders, some even moving into management. And so the ability of understanding what they have coming in, right, to get that first job, then lets us accelerate that career, which, by the way, if you look at any study, one of the greatest things you can do to retain talent, any talent, is promote them, develop them and promote them and pay them more money, have a career, right? And the stickiness becomes much more than a job. So the person down the street who's going to offer me an extra $1 an hour isn't so attractive anymore. And I think this all ties together and needs to knit together into sort of a whole cloth approach. Having some granularity and dexterity on the data and what people bring in would be hugely helpful. If not, we're kind of looking at this on a one-by-one basis as people are coming in through our front door.
That's right. It's no longer static. It's continuous,
That's
right?
exactly
You
right.
develop these skills and then they evolve over time. And how are we capturing that?
And then, of course, the chinning bar, the reality is it's hard enough if the chinning bar stayed at the same spot.
Yes.
But it doesn't.
Right.
Expectations increase year over year of companies, of our customers, not to mention, right, some of the dynamics AI is already bringing and will continue to bring it to the skill set in the workforce.
I do want to offer that I think we are potentially at an inflection point to where our talent economy or our talent supply chain, if you will, that there is sufficient critical mass in different sectors to where private industry or private employers combined with higher ed or other apprentice providers, et cetera, that you can create tipping points to where the standards, the protocols, the formats, et cetera, that they actually start accelerating adoption. The reason for this is because you actually have large-scale employers now that even if you get like 2 to 5 of them, you create sufficient critical mass in a particular sector that they're actually setting the standards. There may be other adjacent ones that are influencing what those standards become, but everyone downstream is just taking it. And so I think we can look at similar models of how standards developed across physical supply chains as well as money supply chains. If you look at SWIFT and money supply chains, that started with the 27 member banks to deal with cross-border trade and the flow of money. You look at ISO standards in manufacturing, like there were a certain set of standards that had to exist around that. You look at actually digitized trade in terms of electronic invoicing, electronic orders, and everything else, and all the global supply chain tracking, is that you realize there was sufficient self-interest by enough large employers that if I actually solve collectively or work to solve collectively a problem, we benefit dramatically. I do think that you're going to have in places like healthcare, you have enough large health systems across multiple states. They're saying like, all right, enough. We actually have this. Or if you look across, retail and hospitality, you could get a Walmart and a McDonald's even and others to say, listen, these frontline entry-level workers, they share 80% of the common sets of skills that if we actually digitize that, we'd actually end up with a library of skills that we all can benefit from. You could do the same thing within the banking industry. You could do the same thing and even in tech that says, listen, a developer is a developer is a developer. It's like, do I need a full stack one, a front end one? Like, what do I need? Like those things can become pretty common to where if you get enough large employers, you can create that tipping point to where then it starts to accelerate the adoption. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think that when I talk about demand planning, a term we borrow from our manufacturing customers, right? It's how many of what with what skills, when, where. Yeah. I could rattle off probably 6 jobs right now on behalf of the aerospace industry that would do pretty much welders, CNC mechanics, non-destructive testing, and that largely we could settle on a description of what good looks like, and that point, I think supply base and others would probably latch on to that. So that's the opportunity, and I think until we do a better job of that, it's hard to look at, frankly, government education partners and say, where are you guys? Because we haven't articulated the need yet.
Yeah, because then those large employers start actually designing those requirements into their HRS systems, their talent acquisition, or their applicant tracking systems. They start integrating that into their tech. That guess what? That tech needs to talk to other tech, and you start establishing the format and the protocols, et cetera, by which you make things machine readable, and you start to then see accelerated skill adoption. That instead of receiving a digital transcript of courses, you're actually receiving digital transcripts of skills for every single candidate, because you can also articulate your job in a digital format for skills.
Let's talk.
I was just going to say, and once workers and learners know what that is, the mobility increases, right? You can go across sectors, you can go across your industry.
But it helps to be credentialed. That was what I was going to ask you about there. The career path that Christian is describing, ideally would come with some formal recognition of the learning as folks advance. Catlin, how bullish are you that we'll get to a more stackable system where learners get credit in a more seamless way? What's needed for that?
Well, we're going to need sort of validation of skills. And right now, when we have AI tools coming up everywhere and they're different application-based AI tools, how does an employer know that somebody has the skills? Well, just shameless plug, we just partnered with some AI companies, and we are enabling members on LinkedIn to go demonstrate the skills that they have for that unique application. But like, there's going to be more of that. And I think that the signals right now are that degrees, proxies, we have to go from proxy to proof. Degrees and titles are lagging in terms of signals of what the actual workforce has. So I'm bullish insofar that we just don't really have any other option, because like the growth is so exponential.
I would add to that, let's not eat the elephant in one bite or try, right? And I think there's areas, types of roles where you could work on that. And frankly, if you get it wrong, there aren't huge, massive implications.
Correct.
Obviously, the FAA certified mechanics are going to work on a jet engine.
Yes.
Right, we're not going to start there.
A licensed
Yes.
nurse
Right.
would be nice. Yeah.
But there are other areas to test that, because after that, it is very much portable. And we've had success. And again, I think it's more episodic, maybe a tad more than just pure luck. But we hired an individual recently who was basically involved in trimming trees associated with power lines. So you'd say, okay, well, what the heck does that have to do with maintaining a jet engine, except schedule, working at heights, safety being number one, process-oriented, on a team, right? And so actually that's a lot of the core when we talk about overall skills that we look for. And we were able to wrap around what he had already done, the 3 or 4 elements, and then clear the FAA hurdle in this case. But that's one person. I always go back to, how do we do this at scale?
Yeah, I'm a huge pro-credential, as you might imagine, being a university president. But I actually think a skills architecture increases the relevancy of the credential, because it forces the credentialer to clearly articulate what are the competencies and what skills that the possessor of that credential now has. Whereas today, it's a pretty blunt force instrument. We just assume, like, well, you must be smart or talented, or you can survive for 4 years through an experience. So it signals something, but it's a very blunt force. But in fact, a skills architecture increases the relevancy of a credential. And what system doesn't love proxies for that? Everything loves a proxy for that, and certifications are great examples of that. Licensure in healthcare and tech is also really good. Certifications in tech certainly exist. Like, how would it be that even the degree credential you have also clearly signals is like, oh no, I've been verified competent in these sets of skills, and it directly maps to all those opportunities. That certainly affords me optionality in a way that without a credential, I don't have it. I end up in an employer cul-de-sac. So credentials are something that benefits both the hiring, meaning I now actually know what you're verified competent, but it also benefits the individual, because holding the credential, I now have optionality that I wouldn't have without it, meaning I can also seek other opportunities. And so there's few benefits more than that optionality to the individual.
Yeah.
I want to close on AI here. We've heard a little bit about the opportunities the AI creates in terms of skills matching, talent matching. But to build on what Governor Haslam said, can this moment of extreme anxiety about jobs and job roles help really be wind in the sail of skills first? How could it? We'll start with you, Christian.
Well, I think my panelists here have covered some of the really deep, impactful things they can do from a skill identification and assessment. Back to where I started, that's really a huge unlock to move forward to that. And I think the actual ability to accelerate learning in ways that is best for the learner at the time that's really a huge unlock, and we can see that already. There's a lot written about the risk, of course, in the jobs, and I would say there are certain industries, I think junior analysts at banks and things that were frankly really starter jobs for people often coming out of 4-year degree schools. Those are going to change, and those are already changing. We're lucky in that we're a little insulated for now, given the fact of what we do and actually make something. We're still hiring. We just announced another 5,000 hires here in the U.S., more globally this week. So we're still in the hiring and ramp. And when we look at AI, what we see is it's a productivity tool and a safety tool, a way to enhance both productivity and the genius of the and safety, product safety at the same time, because we're able to query 3 million videos of a borescope inspection of the jet engine in Malaysia versus having to rely on just the trained eye of that inspector. And so it allows our employees to move on to maybe higher order things while satisfying the safety requirements of our industry. It's like, I think anything, this is a balanced scorecard, if you will, some great opportunities, some risks, certainly, I think, heightened in other industries, but it's something that's here and we're gonna have to work through it. And if I get back to that skill piece, and we got the right skills, I think this is a net plus for us.
Catlin, 30 seconds on AI.
Couple quick reflections. One, there is definitely a lot of anxiety. It's hard not to feel it. I would say that there are 1.3 million jobs created in the last year that are as a result of AI. 10% of the global jobs did not exist in the year 2000. So like there's opportunity on the horizon too. I think we all know that, and we're just operating in this world of uncertainty. And I'll just leave you this one anecdote. I was standing in line at the grocery store and there was a young man standing next to me and we struck up a conversation and he started to tell me that he was a 17-year-old founder. And I was like, founder of what? What, you're a junior in high school? Yeah, I'm a junior in high school, but AI and me and my friend co-founded this company and we have all these, I didn't even know I didn't know what he was telling me. I couldn't understand it. But the fact is that there's this actually rich with opportunity. AI is going to unlock a lot of potential that we can't even imagine. God bless young people for showing us the way.
It's a great note to end on. Please give it up for these panelists and to the commission. Cheers.
Please welcome to the stage Henry Cisneros, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development and former Mayor of San Antonio, Texas.
Hello, hello. Let me begin by thanking Governor Deval Patrick and Governor Bill Haslam for the work that they've done on this. I have the good fortune of having served as chairman of the BPC for the last few years. And this was a major new initiative for the BPC. We'd not had a role in education and training, but because Margaret was Secretary of Education, it just made sense to go in this direction. So I want to thank the three of those in particular. And then Cheryl Oldman is here somewhere. She's the person who organized the staff on this effort. Also present with us today are several members of the BPC board. Tom Falk, our new chair, is here. He may have stepped out of the room. I see Ralph Cavana. I see Mark Walsh and other members of the board. Would you just join me in thanking the whole BPC team for putting together this day? It's a special treat to be able to recognize the two mayors that are here. What makes this panel different from what we've done so far this afternoon is that you have two people who have either before run a city or are presently running a city in the country. Mayor Mattie Parker of Fort Worth is the mayor of the city that, most people don't know this, is the 11th largest city in America. And I want to mention just some things that are related to this work that we're talking about today. She helped the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce create the Fort Worth Economic Development Partnership. She created the Mayor's Council on Education and Workforce, which works to help high school students match up with jobs in the Fort Worth area. She has been very attentive to the child care ecosystem, particularly helping set up a stipend for child care workers. And in previous life was CEO of the Fort Worth Cradle to Career Initiative. She was a former chief of staff to a previous mayor, member of the city council. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Mattie Parker. Mayor. And Eric Garcetti, was mayor of Los Angeles. I've had the good fortune to know Eric for a long time. On his watch, in this arena that we're working on today, Mayor Garcetti created the Los Angeles College Promise, which waived tuition for community college students for 2 years. During COVID, set up the LA Emergency Child Care Initiative and something called Angelino Core, which was 18 to 30-year-olds getting work experience in community recovery work in Los Angeles. On his watch, Mayor Garcetti created an organization called Accelerator for America, which is mayors across the country working at the juncture of economic development, infrastructure, jobs, and workforce. He also served as U.S. ambassador to India after serving as mayor, and so he brings an international perspective to this as well. Again, please please join me in welcoming Mayor Garcetti. I want to say just a few words before we begin the questions, the discussion, on why cities would be featured in a panel on workforce. Over time, cities have taken on major responsibilities in our society. At the beginning, even going back to colonial times and the frontier times, cities were responsible for police and fire and streets and sanitation everywhere you went across America. In the 1800s, late 1800s and 1920s, cities were the innovators in things like water treatment, food inspection, the tenements in New York City and other major cities. And then as we got into the 20th century, as technology moved forward, cities began responsibility for airports, seaports, libraries, parks. So cities have been on the forefront of the evolution of the society and then adapting to it with services that the times required. All the time sharing responsibilities with the states and with the federal government. Cities and metropolitan areas. America is now clearly a metropolitan nation. We have 387 places in America that qualify as metropolitan statistical areas. That's over 150,000 population. Interesting fact, we have 340 million people in the country, and 290 million of those, or 85%, live in an MSA. So we're clearly not only a metropolitan nation, but a nation where if you're going to do things in America, in places, you have to engage local governments, because that's where the people are. Now, my former chief of staff, who many of you know, Bruce Katz, that subsequently started the Brookings Metropolitan Center, has written some very important books in recent years, and one of them he called The New Localism. And he was defining reasons why mayors are taking on new and unprecedented roles. Again, keep in mind that theme that as the times change, cities take on new responsibilities and the mayor's jobs change. And in recent years, this new localism suggests that mayors are sort of the chief conductors, if you will, of the urban symphony. And it's much more than the internal organization of the city government. It's all kinds of nonprofit organizations and civic organizations and business and economic development organizations that they coordinate. And that's, frankly, understandable, particularly in these times when the federal government is cutting programs because of debt and deficit. It's the cities that have to pick up the slack, so they have to be imaginative about the fiscal issues. Also, we know now the primacy of the city economy touches every aspect of people's lives. So in what used to be a kind of bifurcation between the city responsibilities in government and the Chamber of Commerce or the private sector's responsibilities in business is really a line that's blurred. And city governments are working very, very hard in economic development. As I mentioned, cities are the places where most of the work in America gets done, where people live and work and learn and pray and recreate. And so it's logical that cities have a role in the kind of discussion we're having today. They also end up being places, I think this is a theme that came from the last panel as well, about states, that the cities end up having more responsibility because they are flexible places where we can't just take regulations written at another level in a conference room somewhere, because each city is going to be different. Its needs are going to be different, and requirements. So all of these things point in the direction of having people like Mayor Garcetti and Mayor Parker work on the very subjects that we're discussing today. So let me begin, mayors, by asking your thoughts on how the role of cities has evolved in general, but specifically in this arena of the economy and workforce and human capital. What are the things that you're doing that your predecessors of even a decade ago, certainly of several decades, would just not have imagined being your arena of work? Mayor Parker?
Well, first of all, nice to see all of you, and thank you for having me today on an important conversation, something I'm quite passionate about, and I think I've spent probably the most of my time as administration and even before that. The number one thing I'd say about why now is because we're at a heightened level of dysfunction and at a federal level and arguably at every state level too. Americans are really turning to their cities for answers, especially when it comes to hard solutions like we're looking for when it comes to workforce. Someone earlier talked about the bully pulpit of their office, and that is certainly true of a mayor's office. As Mayor Garcetti could tell you, even people might be really pissed off at you, but they'll still come to your office to have a conversation, and you do have that convening power. The other thing I would mention about being a mayor, and I'm sitting to someone that experienced this many days in his administration, that you often have to separate what is a crisis from what is urgent. And I do believe what we're talking about today is absolutely kind of blurring those lines. You think about what's happening across the globe, and we were just discussing this backstage, is so many of the answers we're seeking as Americans to our future and how it feels uncertain really is reinvesting in the American people and the American workforce. And that's what this report really is all about, and it does take bipartisan solutions. And the last thing I will mention is mayors are forced to be bipartisan. In Fort Worth, we do not run as Republican or Democrat. In some cities, they do. But ultimately, when you take office, as soon as you do, you have a responsibility to all of the people in your city. And you have to be able to count to a certain number based on your council size to get anything done on any given Tuesday for us. And so all of these issues are really forcing it. And then lastly, there are so many great solutions in this report I look forward to digging into and figuring out what really could be most applicable to the city of Fort Worth and the work that we're doing locally. But importantly, you can make great change very quickly at a local level. You know this in San Antonio as well. And that's one of the joys of being a mayor. You don't have to work with the large state legislature or in Congress, God forbid. So some of the solutions mentioned in this report really could be applied at a local level.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Henry. It's great to be with you, and Mayor, thank you as well to be back on the stage here. And I agree with both of what you said. First, Henry, that solutions really come from cities when you think through housing, energy, public safety. National strategies are set in this capital and sometimes in our state capitals, but the actual implementation is always in a city. And in that same vein, when it comes to workforce training, I think national strategies and state strategies are set, but talent pipelines, which is a term I want to keep coming back to, are really set in cities. And I think that's been our experience in crisis, but also in that long-term kind of urgent need to come up with strategies that respond not in a vacuum to what the needs of citizens in America are about for prosperity in the future in a very insecure time when technology and automation and tariffs and all the things that a normal American has to deal with, price of gas today, they're not sure exactly what that means for their future, but they're not focused on national strategies. They want to know where their son or daughter can get a job if they're out of work, or from a community that has been overlooked, whether that is a geographic community or whether it is veterans or people experiencing homelessness or coming out of the criminal justice system. They want to see a city government work in a way that puts them back doing what they want to do, which is earning a living, providing for their families. And I do think that cities that get this right don't look at it in a vacuum. This is not workforce policy. When I was mayor, we looked at workforce policy together with economic development policy, together with education policy and infrastructure policy. Those four things. So you're not just looking at jobs, you're looking at jobs and infrastructure, jobs and education, and jobs and the business and private sector, including, by the way, that we're big employers too, so we can actually put our own money where our mouth is and create pipelines to good-paying public service jobs. And we used all of those
as well as then also analyzing the demographics of your city, to not just be, looking at that person who is out of a job, coming through the door at a job center, but really thinking about planting those seeds early with kids, going to communities in great need, and also thinking through from the employer's standpoint, where do we want our city to be? Because jobs are a big piece of what holds back your ultimate economic development in your city, and whether those dreams can come true for the next generation and the generation after.
Mayor Parker, what did you try to do? What did you try to accomplish on your watch in this arena? And what was the kind of the context for it? What was the theory or the logic behind those independent initiatives? How you think they came together?
Sure, I'll complement what Mayor Garcetti mentioned, that it really is connected to all of these different things between economic development, workforce, childcare. So specifically in Fort Worth, let me give you context for who we are in Fort Worth. Fort Worth has over 1 million people. We continue to be one of the very fastest growing large cities in the country. We're a part of Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, the fastest growing metro region in the entire country. Soon to pass Chicago is the third largest. And by every demographic measure, we will be the largest metro region in the entire country, probably by 2100. So we are importing immense amount of talent, but you can't export poverty. And you have to be focused on the residents that live in your city and the students in those classrooms. And I have a tremendous responsibility as mayor to see every classroom across our city and the different education opportunities that our students are facing. So the first thing we needed to understand was how's economic development, the successes that we're experiencing in our city. And there's tons of accolades around Fort Worth, which was really special. But how are you actually preparing the students that are in your classrooms across Fort Worth? Public, private classrooms, homeschool families, all of them need to be able to exercise that same opportunity to stay in your city. And you do have to meet students where they are. So we started the Mayor's Education Workforce Council. And because of time, I won't explain all of the different facets of this work, but we importantly went to industry to say, what do you need to see that looks differently? A great example would be the work that Autobahn did to make sure our credentialing system actually worked for the auto mechanics of the future. It's a really technical job. It's much different than it was under the hood. And these are high-paying, six-figure jobs right out of high school. You're also seeing a reinvestment in education opportunities for your adult learners. We have now two high schools, New Heights High Schools, ages 18 to 50 education, allowing adults to go back to school with all the wraparound services needed them to be successful. We opened the first school with 350 students. We had 1,500 students on a wait list on that first day of opening. We now have the second campus open and working on a third campus. And then another pillar of this work has been talked about in this report. We have to completely rethink what high school education looks like in this country. It has remained stagnant, and that has to change. In Fort Worth, we want to make sure that every single student in our city has the opportunity to attain a credential or a degree while they're in high school. And we do things like our mayor's celebration that happens this April. We celebrate every single student who is walking across a high school stage that's attaining a credential or a degree at the same time of high school graduation, which is incredibly uplifting for their future. And then to your point, you do have a workforce yourself. So what are you doing within city government to walk the walks? When you meet with the CEO, they also are forced to do the same thing to be a best place for working parents and a best place for employment. And we've done things like, hey, the city of Fort Worth did not have a maternal or maternity policy when I was chief of staff and I had my third child. We now have 12 weeks of paid leave for every single member of our workforce, which is tremendous, right? And that has allowed me to really push on employers to think differently about the things they provide to their employees to be best in class. And then we've also done really important programs. We have a great program with Tarrant County College on criminal justice. Our police department has led the way. And these are students that are graduating with their criminal justice certificate or credential. And guess what? They're getting hired immediately within our department as 18-year-olds, as communications officers. Maybe they're interested in law enforcement in the future. So it's multifaceted. It does connect all back to the success of your city long term. And you also have experts around the table that are doing this work for me, which I think hopefully provides longevity. As Mayor Garcetti can attest, you want to do things that have lasting power no matter who comes after you, because these are long-term efforts that'll be decades in the making.
Mayor Garcetti, both on the basis of what you did, but also what you would do now with some experience and looking back on it, what's the sort of the theory of how a city works at this, and what pieces should it pick up? Is it filling in the gaps that others are not, or is there a broader kind of strategy that can actually be applied at the city level?
Let me start by saying, Mayor Parker, it's amazing work that you're doing, and 12 weeks is a good start.
Doesn't he look refreshed because he's not in office?
It's called political Botox.
We were just joking about that backstage. He doesn't miss it at all.
No,
he's having a great time.
By the way, can I just introduce the Bipartisan Policy Center should should support the idea of 4-year terms where you get 3.5 years of service and a half year of sabbatical so that we have well-rested and thoughtful elected officials. I'm putting that out there, no longer in my own interest, but in others.
By the way, Mayor Garcetti is the newest member of the board of the Bipartisan Policy Center.
Yeah, that time gets sucked up somehow. But anyway, it is so easy to be bad at this, and most cities just clock in. They have a workforce development board. They count the number of heads that come into job centers and call those clients served. And they don't really do deep analysis or deep connection. So a few things I would say to do this right. And I've been passionate. When I was a city council member, I chaired our city council committee on this and really dug deep into understanding all these dollars that most council members and mayors never even pay attention to. It's one of the biggest budgets that a city oversees that just kind of goes through with almost no public comment. And there's a lot of institutions and people who run these centers, and they've not always reinvented the way they do things, and a lot of things are broken or bad. What I looked at doing both as a council member and as mayor was first starting young. So we started, for instance, in the pandemic. We figured out a way of using some of these dollars to pay kids to to be tutors to their younger siblings in the household. So they got job experience, some soft skills that they did online, and we need teachers in Los Angeles. So it was like a three-fer. We made community college free, the largest community college district in the country, and boosted by over 56% the next year the number of high school kids going to community college in Los Angeles. And we didn't just treat that as in a vacuum, because a lot of people go to community college, but few people graduate. I mean, that's the dirty little secret about community college. So we made our buses and metro free. We gave them computers. We set them up with internships. Then the second piece after starting young, and it's not just young people, obviously, we looked strategically at our economy. We split up Los Angeles into 3 different things. Legacy sectors, think Hollywood, think manufacturing, think logistics, all those things LA is known for. Second, those huge industries we'd never paid attention to, like healthcare is now the largest employer, like in many metropolitan areas in LA, and other things that we weren't known for, technology. For instance, we have more technology jobs in Silicon Valley, but we'd never quantified them.
Higher education are your
Higher
larger
education,
employers. USC
huge
and
one.
UCLA.
And that people power. And then the emerging sectors. And then we looked at those and said, okay, let's go talk to employers, those new startups, those existing ones who've never been talked to, and those ones that were kind of skidding away, and see what we could do by putting great workers in front of them, including ourselves. We also started a targeted local hire initiative for the city of Los Angeles, now hired thousands of city employees, where we went to people who had been criminally justice involved, people who had been in homelessness, people who had, we went to the transgender community, which is this out of work, often working illegal job community. Very proud, I know we're not supposed to talk about transgender in America anymore, but the first transgender fair for jobs in America was in 2005, was on a council member, because I had a lot of transgender individuals in the district I represented. Veterans, we did a 10,000 veteran strong initiative and put them into amazing tech jobs with video game companies, where they could actually do what they were doing, but virtually, and so many other things that were exciting. So that's the second piece. The third, after kind of starting young, being strategic, was connecting this with what you're doing as mayor. Los Angeles had, when I was mayor, the 3rd busiest airport in America and the busiest port in the Western Hemisphere, and a metro system that's now the 2nd largest in the country. And we were putting literally billions, tens of billions of dollars into the infrastructure of all those. But those jobs were often going to people maybe in the metro region, but not in our city. And we even worked with folks like the Lucas Museum, the largest new museum opening in America, invite you this May to come to, this September to come to Los Angeles before the Olympics and to see George Lucas's new museum. They did 75% local hire from the neighborhood. I think you and I know when people brag about 10 or 15%, but they use the city infrastructure on a private development, just as we were doing with our infrastructure with something like at LAX, hire LAX youth, where we brought people in, took them to a community college, and then now they are in the building trade. So you have to look at those things together. And last thing I'll say, in that economic development policy, we reduced the city's business tax and we raised the minimum wage. That's a very BPC thing to say, because in our parties, and we're kind of not bipartisan, we're nonpartisan, you get crucified for one or the other. You can't do both. You either reduce wages and reduce taxes, or you raise them both. But we did the inverse. And so we outpaced every one of, don't worry, Fort Worth wasn't in, the big 5 cities in America. Bloomberg said Los Angeles outpaced in every measure, job growth, in income growth, in economic development and business starts in that time that I was mayor, because I believe these investments were done together instead of just working on workforce in a vacuum.
Let me ask each of you to say a word about how you relate to the people who are primarily in position to effectuate this report, which is the school system, the community college system, higher education, training institutions, both profit and nonprofit. As mayor, how do you engage those to carry out the recommendations in this report?
Well, Fort Worth's in a unique place right as we speak and sit here today. It's so interesting that you had Superintendent Miles as a part of this commission report, who's in Houston as a part of the TEA intervention. Fort Worth is under intervention in our city right now, our largest school district. There are 12 districts in Fort Worth. Fort Worth ISD is the largest. And that was a long time to get to this place that no one wanted, but we have to take outcomes seriously. You can no longer admire the problem, you have to have solutions. And outcomes for kids actually matter. Many people in this room probably get the same opportunity as I do to walk into classrooms, as I say, to sit crisscross applesauce in a kindergarten classroom in one part of the city and then go to the other part of the city, and you do see a difference. And I firmly believe in this country, and certainly in Fort Worth, Texas, those kids are our kids, and you no longer can just point at a school district or a teacher and say that's your problem. It is all of our collective problems. And I think that's why this report and being here was important to me, because we have to be solutions-oriented, and it is quite complicated. And lastly, though, the point of the convening power is so important that I have never met, even on really contentious issues in our community, people aren't willing to sit down if you're willing to listen as a mayor. And you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. And on education, I'm a lawyer by trade. I'm not an educator. And so the best thing I have done in my experience is to really sit down with educators and understand where their struggles are and what they're saying. The last thing I'll mention, there was a mention about Texas and policymakers. I have found, those of you that work at the state level, the best thing you can do as someone that's wanting to effectuate policy is go down there and tell them what they're doing well and what they need to do more of, and stop testifying against things, especially in education. And so I think, to answer your question specifically, we've had more success in Fort Worth with that.
It requires a different role for the mayor than the traditional role with respect to the schools, community colleges, and so forth. But the convening power is really important. And in every city, actually, I've thought about this over the years, in every form of government, in every part of the world, there are mayors. Every city of every kind, a socialist system, free enterprise system,
in England, they call them Lord Mayors. I was kind of waiting for that.
They call them your worship.
Their worship.
They're called your worship, and I tried to get that
installed. Yeah.
I tried to get that adopted in San Antonio. I wasn't able to get the definition of your worship. But it is a different role. But people will respond to the mayor's call. School superintendents and presidents of school board, community colleges, and you can move things. Eric, your thoughts on that?
We don't run the community college in Los Angeles, but when I weighed in on that with the state, we got it passed. Yeah. And we raised money privately to follow in that so that we could get those kids computers. I took the city buses and made them free. And I think the 3 C's, and I know one of them's not a C, but I guess you could say children, kids.
City buses free for students.
For students.
Yeah.
And then we made it all our LA Metro buses as well. But kids, connections and careers is what I'd say is the way I engage with educators. First of all, look at putting cash in kids' pockets. So we had 5,000 summer jobs in a city like Los Angeles in the summer when I came in. By the time I left, we were doing 20,000 a summer. So real cash in the pocket.
Let me ask the both of you, because you've mentioned a lot of things that cost money. The federal government is cutting back on money. How do you fund some of the things that you're talking about? Is this philanthropy? Is it state level funds that have to be allocated in a different way? Both how did you get money, but also going forward, where do you think the money is going to come from?
Mayors are scrappers. I mean, we find it all the above, as you know, your worship. And I think, I'm not a lawyer by trade, I'm an educator, so I don't know the law that well, but I do know education is, and I think any of us that have children realize that if you are able to early on plant those seeds and you can get a business or a foundation to help hire a kid and give her or him their first summer job and they have money that they're helping out the family, that changes their lives. If you can connect that with things like crime, and it's not just always kids, like we had a program with Caltrans, our State Department of Transportation, to hire folks coming out of jail and prison to clean up freeways, which are union jobs in the public sector. And the recidivism rate is about 80% in most states, people who will reoffend, which is a jobs problem, by the way. We never talk about crime as a jobs problem, but it really is, because when you can't get that job, what do you go back to doing? Something illegal. But the recidivism rate for folks 3 years into this was 5%. 5% because they had a job. And then careers, too often we think about this at the education level as like, well, what job do you want to have? Instead of what career do you want to have? And especially at the community college level, it's not a place to get your basic requirements done. We worked with schools, for instance, Los Angeles City College had a virtual reality machine that they could put on early on, kind of meta glasses kind of look, and walk through a day in a career. And kids would put this on and it would change their lives to see like, oh, that's how an airplane gets built. Oh, that's how video games get made. Oh, that's what a movie's all about. And so you have to change from being an educational institution fulfilling requirements and inspire careers.
Mayor, a word on the funding.
So in Fort Worth, I think we've influenced really wisely in Texas around policies that we know could work specifically for our community. So in Texas, we've gone through a reform around education. Specifically, I'll mention one policy is around college, career, military readiness, CCMR in Texas. It creates really robust incentives for K through 12 districts to really perform better for their students graduating from high school with CCMR readiness, okay? That's important because you receive money per pupil. So the Tarrant To and Through partnership that we started, which is really helping inform students' pathway, post-secondary success after high school, college, career, military, agnostic of what that student's choice is, there's money there that was readily available at the state level that they weren't accessing. So using both the work I did before I was mayor and then really pushing and influencing long-term, you know you can be helpful. The other thing is you can leverage philanthropy. Los Angeles has plenty of examples. We do in Fort Worth. When you know something is working well and you want to pilot it in your city, then go to philanthropy to say, let me help us get this started so we can go to the state and move things forward as well.
Cities are doing things with traditional funding sources reapplied. For example, Denver passed a bond issue to be able to offer school children in the Denver public schools a scholarship to college with municipal bond funds. San Antonio offered a 1.5 cent sales tax to the public to put in place pre-K through pre-K programs, 4-year-olds. And now we have 4 sets of campuses that with about 2,000 students in each that look like you're going to a community college campus, but everybody there is 4 years old. It's a magnificent thing to see, and it's been voted by the public a second time now in its second 5-year span. Mayor Nirenberg, our most recent mayor, also passed a sales tax, actually borrowed it from the transit system and delayed some things they wanted to do what he called ready to work for people, displaced workers after COVID. So cities can find the way to do that. But let me ask you a bigger question. What we've talked about is 2 things, a whole set of activities and then trying to find the funding for them. It suggests some changes in the intergovernmental system. The cities are playing a new role. How would you define the relationship of cities versus state and federal to carry out some of the things in this report?
Well, I need to read the report more in depth, so first of all, but there will be plenty of items within it that a city could automatically enact if the funding's made available. Now you need to jump
funding and flexibility.
Absolutely, jump through the hoops, but please don't make it more bureaucracy at a federal level, right?
Right.
Because oftentimes that gets stymied at a state level in the first place. Yeah. The one thing I think that I haven't talked about, I'd be remiss on the early education front, I do think our investments are quite backwards in the United States. I've talked about this a lot. On average, a state spends $12,000 in K through 12 education and less than $500 per student, 0 to 5, and that's where all of your brain development is happening. And cities are your innovation centers for early education. And so the work that's mentioned specifically in this report, I think cities should be the leaders in this. And I would love that for Fort Worth because I think we have some of the best early education leaders in the entire country.
So a resorting of responsibilities with the federal government, obviously some funding, but I think the federal government just hears from cities all the time asking for more money. What the cities also need to do is show flexibility, show coordination.
Let us pilot a few things
and
to
pilot
prove it
some
works,
things,
right?
Which is very different than the present model because so much of what comes from the federal government is hard regulations in real silos, and that's an essential piece of what I think this report requires.
I would say, this might be controversial for Democrats, say from the stage, but I never wanted for money. I think we had lots of money. We don't want it cut further. I want to be clear about that. But there was a ton of waste in how that money was being spent. And it was not bad intentions from the agencies that were doing it. It was just nobody had looked at it in a long time. Nobody had leveraged that money. And you don't want a mayor who doesn't leverage that money, because mayors can raise a lot. And one of the tough things from the private sector, where I now tell the private sector they're not doing a good job, is the private sector doesn't spend a lot on training anymore. And so what can we do with policy to incentivize private sector to spend more on that training? Because a union or a company are the two best places to do training. I mean, a great example of that is in the building trades with carpenters.
Unbelievable.
Who train their companies that they have signed with. Executives go to the carpenters school in Las Vegas to learn executive leadership. Talk about that in America, where we think unions are one thing, companies are another. It's, Germany we always talk about as a place where they get together. They're actually educating their employers because they put together such a great thing, and vice versa. Carpenters really act as these kind of entrepreneurs.
Yep.
And have that entrepreneur mentality of like, I need to make sure we don't choke off those funds. So
on Mayor
we should
Garcetti's
demand
watch, Measure M was passed to add vast investment into the transit, into the subway system and the rail system.
Yep.
And the carpenters, and recently they've taken action to move forward on a $10 billion initiative along the 405 that the carpenters union is already training 10,000 people
exactly
to do that job.
And look, if we can tell companies you pay less of a business tax, or the state can pass something that's an incentive, if you put that into training, you get some sort of a tax credit. I think we can find those dollars. The problem is we're not spending them in the right places. We're not connecting the different pieces. And we're bypassing a lot of population by being passive job centers rather than active strategy job and career seekers.
Okay, let's close just by saying a word, each of you, about this report as best you know about it now. And on a sort of some scale, the qualitative scale, how important is this, and how important is the role of the cities? Let's start with you.
So it's a very critical report. First of all, to reestablish just procedurally that we still have bipartisan spaces that we can work on together. So thank you all for being for either being part of BPC or being BPC curious today. Secondly, we call it bi-curious, but anyway. Secondly, we need to look even more at the changes that are coming, because we are living at a real hinge of history. If you talk to a young person, they feel that. If you talk to blue-collar workers, they know it. You talk to white-collar workers, they now know it. The very nature of work is changing so profoundly, and I believe it's cities that are best, and local governments that are best positioned to respond in real time, not national capitals or even state capitals.
Avoid the changes that are coming, because they happen in their place.
We will see a bunch of lawyers out of work when a lot of that work gets automated. We'll see a lot of accountants out of work when that work is automated. Factories and things like that are going to be somewhat slower, but longshore workers who look and see in Shanghai, 5 people working control centers and not out on the docks are worried for their families. So I would add just that one thing to the report of really creating national policy that's going to be incredibly trusting and nimble of local government. Mm-hmm. And secondly, looking at how the very nature of jobs are going to change. So how do we start preparing people for the skills of the future that today, I don't know a lot of job centers that sit you down and say, okay, we're going to train you to be the very best AI prompter that's around, or the best automator.
Mayor Parker, the cities.
Well, I think, first of all, BPC can take advantage of the American sentiment right now, which is really tired of the fighting and looking for solutions and ready for people to try to get along to the best extent possible. We have to ignore the fringes and focus on the 80% of Americans that are somewhere in the middle that are willing to come up with tackle really hard challenges. And then the second piece is this really is something that we have to tackle together. And every city must be a part of it when over 85% of your population are living in American cities that are going to have an individualized approach based on what their economies look like and what their workforce needs are. So, I would love to be a part of the solution as someone that's currently in office to say, what does this BPC report look like, to spread it out across other American cities, have them adopt the policies that really could be enacted. And then importantly, take the things that we know really in the state of Texas are already happening or need to be doubled down on, and ask the state legislatures in Texas and across the country, for that matter, to adopt some of those same policies.
It's cities and metros, because that 387 places was metros. But that's another issue. How do mayors relate from the core city with their suburbs and the other communities? Many, many challenges ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank the mayors, Mayor Garcetti and Mayor Parker.
We'll now take a break. The program will reconvene at 3:45 p.m. Please welcome to the stage Abby McCloskey, BPC Fellow and columnist for Bloomberg Opinion and Dallas Morning News.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from break. Good to see some familiar faces in the audience. And I'm biased, but this is bound to be my favorite panel of the day because we're spending the next 35 minutes talking about a topic near and dear to my heart as a mother, which is how to support working families. And family policy can be treated as a fringe topic, something that we get to after we've gotten to everything else. Until you remember that 1 in 3 American workers has a child under the age of 18 at home. That's a huge share of the workforce. And that doesn't include the millions of people, usually women, on the sidelines of the economy because of caretaking responsibilities who can't find that part-time or flexible work they might want to have. And even that underestimates the impact of family policy because, of course, workplace supports impact the parents, but also the child who's growing up in that home who will go on to have professional and personal relationships of their own. And so I'm excited because today we get to talk about supports for working families, for a modern workforce, not as kind of some distant spoke on the wheel, but as a hub for reform. We have an amazing panel. I'd love for each of you to introduce yourselves and as much as you can in front of an audience as big as this one, kind of give us a raw nugget reason why you've invested so much in this space. And let's start with you, Hayden.
Thanks for having me. It's awesome to be here. My name is Hayden Palsino Hensley, and along with my wife, we own Red Rooster Coffee Roaster, which is a small specialty coffee roaster in Southwest Virginia, a little town called Floyd. And spoiler, for the rest of the panel here, we also own Yellow Hen Childcare. So we're the only coffee roaster in the country that has an on-site childcare facility for our employees.
It's also the coffee you're drinking today, so yeah, there you go. It's delicious. And why are you personally invested in this issue?
Well, I mean, it really comes down to my wife, to be honest. I mean, you know, my wife and I started the business in 2010 when we were young and we had no idea what we were doing. And it still feels like that today, minus the young part. But when she was pregnant, you know, she was faced with the choice of, am I running my small business or am I staying home with my children? And it was existential to her. And so we wanted to come up with a solution that solved for that crisis, but also for all of the people around us who worked for us who were actually going through that same thing at the same moment.
Thanks, Hayden. Anna?
Hi, everyone. I'm Anna Stephanie, CEO of famtech.org. That's famtech.org. We're a technology industry association of about 200 companies that are building solutions for the care economy. And so our role here is to increase access to resources, investment, and awareness that technology has a role to play. The reason I'm here doing this work is similar. Lived experience. I had my first son while living abroad in Germany, and I was able to take a year off of government paid leave. I didn't have to make that choice between career and family. But fast forward, we moved back to the US. I was considering having another child, and I was told to keep it hidden as long as possible. And number one, I didn't know how to do that. But two, why? Why was that an issue? Well, potentially I was going to be perceived as less committed or maybe not promotable. And that really hurt. That was that existential crisis that I fully empathize with. And we're just one of many families that have to face these decisions every day, whether it's caring for an older adult or a child. There's a lot that we can do at this intersection of effective policy, technology, and workplace.
Thanks, Anna. Treasurer Russell.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Russell. I am the state treasurer in Connecticut.
So in that capacity, I serve as the elected chief financial officer for the state. I oversee about $70 billion in assets under management for state employees and teachers and retirees, all of the state's cash and debt management, unclaimed property, but also this opportunity to really think about how we are investing in people and in families in our state. So I'm overseeing programs like our Chet 529 college savings program, and really thinking longer term about how we are building the economy and investing in families in the state to make sure that we are successful long term. And so there's several programs and policies that we've been working to implement. And I think as we talk about this issue, for me, it's personal. One, I think on just my personal story growing up in inner city New Haven and seeing what is possible when young people have opportunities and really can maximize them. But two, thinking long-term about Connecticut being successful. I mean, our goal is to be the most family-friendly state in the country, and we want people to be able to raise families and afford it, and create opportunities for people to be successful. And if we want to do that, we need to be really intentional about how we're making some of these long-term investments to really maximize those opportunities.
Thank you so much for that. And it is interesting how these gaps in personal experiences lead to opportunities. I started writing about these topics because it was kind of a place you couldn't go to in some GOP policy circles. But I've just been writing about it, and you guys have been doing so many things about it. So, Hayden, you have taken the very unnatural step to have an on-site licensed child care center. Can you walk us through that journey?
Yeah, sure. Basically, in 2017, my wife got pregnant, and we already had a 3-year-old son. And at that time, I guess he was 2.5 or so. At that time, we had sort of cobbled together what I like to call sort of like a black market childcare ring.
It's nice.
In which my sister-in-law and other people who worked for us, and then people that we knew who had small children, were all basically working together to bring our children into someone's home and pay them under the table to watch our children. And that was great, except for that it was ballooning, and there were more and more children, and then there were more and more people getting pregnant. And then we bought this building and moved our roasting facility into a building that had some extra room in it, and a kitchen, and a bathroom. And we moved the kids all in there. And then we were visited by the fire marshal.
I didn't know this part of the story, so be careful.
Anyway, I guess this is a kind of a regulatory environment, but in any case, the kids weren't there at the time, but it got the wheels turning, and realized that we needed to either legalize this and make it official and license the facility, or we needed to figure out another solution. And at that time, there were like 7 kids who were relying on us for care, and whose parents, in large part, were working for us. And we just got really, really lucky that a school had closed, and a teacher who had just gone through the licensing, needed a job, came to us, was exceptionally bright and organized, and had just done the licensing. She said, sure, let's do it. And within 3 months, we had a license, on-site childcare. We were licensed for 16 kids, and by 2019, we were completely full. And in fact, we would stagger our hours so that we could have even more kids. So we had up to 24 kids coming at one part of the day or another.
And the thing about kids is that they grow up. So I'm presuming this original batch has kind of gone through, and maybe the employees have stayed with you. How have you transitioned your program as the kids have gotten older?
That's been a really interesting thing to witness, because the kids got older, they went to school, they don't need primary care anymore, and we are, unwillingly becoming an aging workforce. We're not having as many children as we did 10 years ago, when we were young and reckless. But what has happened essentially is that we've had to change our expectations and change the way that we operate because we ran out of children in a certain way. And kids are going to school, but we still want to support working families. Like, we still want to make sure that we're able to support our staff in the way that they have that expectation and that we want to. So now we're primarily there for aftercare. So we have the childcare facility right after school, and then we have it on Fridays because lots of our children attend a 4-day school, and so we have childcare on Fridays. And then we've converted that subsidy, so Red Rooster pays for the childcare. The employees up to about 2 months ago paid $2 an hour for the care, and then Red Rooster subsidized the rest. We've converted that subsidy into a family assistance fund in which we reimburse for childcare costs, or we invest in a 529 program for the child, or you can blend the two of them.
Thank you. Well, that's amazing. It's not just for the coffee, Hayden. Anna, you have such an incredible reach working with over 200 companies at this intersection between the private sector and the public sector. Can you talk to us about your company and how technology can help fill this gap?
Yeah, so I ended in this role. At the end of that original story, I ended up leaving that employer where I had to keep it hidden and starting a company called Leave Logic would help employees navigate paid family medical leave. And at the time, this concept of making it easier for people to take leave was sort of counterintuitive. But since then, we've seen a lot of emergence of the recognition that when you make benefits transparent in the workplace, when you are supporting employees through life events or access to childcare, there is a return on investment. And so we've seen many companies in the 200 that we represent are selling through to the employer. There's also companies that are selling to childcare providers, or in the case of caring for older adults, technology solutions that help with care coordination, navigating resources that are existing. I think this care infrastructure conversation is really important because technology is sort of the glue that can bring the existing solutions to light. And so both in the employer workplace, we have lots of solutions. We have lots of solutions in the childcare space. And so I think what we want to do is make sure that it's something that people think about, right? When you go to shop, you go to Amazon and you use your phone to buy an airplane ticket. How are we going to incorporate technology in finding childcare and finding caring for older adults and more?
Well, and not to steal the thunder of the next panel, but if you want to, could you, because you're so close to the nexus of this, can you talk about how AI is changing even your specific company and tech network?
I mean, so AI, I think, is something that we need to really stay on top of in terms of the ethical implications of surveillance and in the home and what does this all mean. But at the end of the day, where I sit right now, and this changes every week, I feel like AI is just accelerating and amplifying the existing cracks that we already had in place. And that now this is critical, this is more urgent because of what's happening in the workforce because of AI. Now we really need to think about care, more urgently than we have in the past. So stay tuned, more to come on ethical use of AI and what that means in the care scenario, but it's definitely accelerating the urgency.
Okay, and Treasurer Russell, Connecticut has a lot going on in terms of supports for young kids. There's 2 programs in particular I'd love if you could tell our audience about. The Baby Bond Program, and then the Early Childhood Education Endowment, kind of why your state invested here.
Sure. So really excited about many of the new initiatives that Connecticut has put in place. Again, I think in this effort of really becoming, or continuing to be a great place to raise a family. And, all of this is in the background of the state doing a lot of work really to improve its overall fiscal health after coming out of some challenging times and not doing what we were supposed to for many years. And I think it's important because I think it shows this ability to balance improving your overall fiscal health with actually making critical investments in families. And I think that those things often get kind of put against each other. With Connecticut Baby Bonds, this is a first-in-the-nation program that's ultimately about addressing wealth inequality in Connecticut. So Connecticut's one of the wealthiest states in the country, but has one of the largest wealth gaps, and it is one that has continued to widen over time. We know that the biggest indicator of someone's ability to build wealth over time is having some access to capital to start with. And so starting on July 1st of 2023, we launched this program where now every child who is born into poverty in Connecticut automatically has $3,200 that is dedicated to that child and is invested in a trust on their behalf. So I invest those funds alongside our pension assets, and those funds grow over the life of that child, and when they are between the ages of 18 and 30, they can access those resources for wealth building purposes. So they can use them to help purchase a home in Connecticut, to start or invest in a Connecticut business, to help pay for post-secondary education or job training, or to roll into a retirement savings account. Thank you. And we're really excited about the program, but I think what is often startling to people is how much of a need there is, right? So I talk about one of the wealthiest states in the country. We have, in the first 2.5 years of the program, over 40,000 children born eligible for this program. And to put that in perspective, about 45% of children born in Connecticut every year, their birth is covered by Husky, which is the indicator for eligibility. And so we're really excited. We're doing a lot of work. We have an ambassador program that is made up of community partners, of nonprofit organizations, businesses that are informing how we're building out this program. We also have a 501c3 sleeve of the trust where we're working with philanthropy to build out additional wraparound supports and services for Baby Bonds children. The next program, which is something we're also really proud of, is and was just launched last year, is the Early Childhood Education Endowment. And as we are talking about, we know the importance of one, investing in children at the most critical time in their lives when development is happening, and also making sure that we can get people back to work, right? We have a lot of open jobs in Connecticut, and we have many families who are deciding whether or not one parent should be staying home because it's more cost effective for them rather than sending their children to childcare. And so with this endowment now, we seeded this endowment with $300 million of surplus at the end of fiscal year 2025. And we are investing those funds so that they're growing over time. And we'll continue to add surplus funds to the endowment with the goal of this being a self-sustainable source of affordable childcare in Connecticut. And so by fiscal year 2028, all families who are part of our Early Start program that make under $100,000 a year will have access to free childcare. And all families that are above that $100,000 threshold will be capped at 7% of their income. The goal here is that we will continue to build this fund so that it can ultimately support universal childcare in the state of Connecticut in a sustainable way, right? And very similarly, I would just note that we are really building, and I give a huge amount of credit to our Office of Early Childhood, of the legislature in Connecticut who are thinking long-term about this, but all of this is really being informed by the community, right? Wanting to understand what parents need, what families need in our state. And so, we're having a lot of success with the program so far. The goal here is to build out more infrastructure, create more childcare spots, bring wages up for childcare workers, which is why we have a lot of challenges with retaining those folks. But again, in pursuit of this longer term endeavor.
I love that. And speaking of what families need, I want to make sure we have paid leave as part of this conversation too. And maybe sticking with you, Treasurer Russell, there's been so much progress on paid leave, but it's still the case that most states do not have a public paid leave program. Connecticut does. Can you tell us about your program?
Sure. The program was implemented. We're several years in now, and the program has been very successful. Again, this goal of making sure we're supporting families in our state and wanting to give people the space and time that they need to relieve the angst of having to think about the result of getting sick and needing to stay home and take care of yourself or a loved one, or after having a child and wanting to be able to spend some time with that child. And so our program has been very successful. We are well funded. It is funded through a a small percentage tax on businesses annually. But again, the idea is that we know this is investing in our long-term workforce and in the people that are going to continue to drive our economy. And so, I think we are seeing a lot of success so far.
Amazing. And Anna, what do you think is holding other states back, even the private sector back, from building on this investment?
Yeah, I think it's super interesting. Just congratulations on all the amazing programs that Connecticut is implementing. From my perspective, looking at states that have implemented paid family leave, we're starting to see that emergence of the states becoming the incubator, the experimental fertile ground here. And this is a uniquely American thing that we like to do, is have not a national policy. We're going to see what happens. We're going to try a public policy. And what's happening is we're starting to get some early indicators on solvency, like were they priced appropriately when they were implemented? And so some states, that is coming to light and makes other states question, is this something that we can afford? Is this something that we can administer in-house, or is this something that we want to partner on? These are very complex decisions. And so I think some of the states on the sidelines are looking at those early indicators and saying, well, yes or no, or maybe or later. We're starting to see the emergence of states forming public-private partnerships in this space as well for paid family leave. Virginia is one of those that has a private paid family leave product. And so what is the role of the private sector in paid family leave is to be determined, I would say. At the end of the day, it is something that we do need to solve urgently, especially as the workforce is caring for both young children and older adults at the same time. Leave is just this cornerstone of workforce effectiveness.
Thank you. And Hayden, sometimes the pushback to paid leave is actually focused a lot around small businesses and how they'll replace the lost labor, even if the government's paying for the wages of the person taking leave. And so how do you think about paid leave as a small business, and how does that intersect with the really generous childcare suite of options you already give your employees?
Well, I think solvency for a small business like ours probably plays heavily into it. I think that if we were taking it as a fork in the road at the time that we decided to start the childcare, we might have chosen that direction. But I don't really.
You mean chosen paid leave instead?
Might have chosen paid leave. Yeah, exactly. But I don't really think about the workforce gap in terms of paid leave, because I think what we're really talking about is, the sort of most important period of our lives in which we have children, and that the choices that we make around the child, as informed by our work, really lead to our feelings about our workplace. And so what we want more than anything is for the culture that we build to have people who want to come to work, and people who want to participate in it and want to be a part of what we're building. And so if the choice were there to have paid leave, we would take it in Virginia, for example. And I don't think that we would think twice about it. I think we would work around the gaps in the labor.
Fascinating. Okay, so this commission is calling for a national talent strategy, which requires coordination across the private sector and the public sector and families themselves. In other words, this panel. So I'd like to, sorry about that, little transition here. Anna, as you know, and many in our audience know, there are already federal tax credits for paid leave and childcare. They were made larger this summer. There's been relatively low take-up. What is your recommendation for improving the visibility and effectiveness of programs that already exist?
Right, and thinking back to, again, a previous panel around what is the role of the federal government, what is the role of states? Is the federal government there to create incentives in this instance? Incentives for uptake and adoption voluntarily at the state level? while states implement programs. That's sort of what we saw in the Big Beautiful Bill with the 45F, which is a child care tax credit, and 45S, which is a tax credit for employers who are implementing paid family leave policies. Both of these were expanded in terms of monetary value, also expanded in terms of definition of what is covered. That is TBD a little bit in rulemaking, so asterisk there. I think the challenge with these types of sort of tax credit approaches is, number one, many organizations do not pay taxes in this country. And so there's no incentive if I can't claim a tax that's meaningful. So I'm just gonna call that out in the room, that if we wanna see uptake, we need to make policy that is actually incenting the right behavior. Yes, there's a smaller subset of organizations that may be paying taxes that could take advantage of this, but getting to them is difficult. Like, let's say franchisee owners, how do we educate them about the ability to claim a tax credit for childcare? This is a huge burden on education, right? And usually it wouldn't come until maybe at tax time, the accountant looks and says, oh, you didn't claim this particular tax credit. You know, did you make any childcare investments? Well, that's too late. Where is the forethinking and strategy? And so what we try to do is think about, how could our technology companies be a voice to educate employers about these opportunities in the right scenarios? Are you paying taxes? Are you thinking about investing in childcare? Are you thinking about investing in paid family leave? Well, guess what? You can save a bunch of money now. Those are the type of conversations that we're trying to figure out. How can we get out into that employer community? But I think at the end of the day, to say that we've made massive progress at the federal level because of a tax credit, I still am questioning that.
Yeah, and because it is tax season, it's a reminder that sometimes working with federal and state governments is not so easy. And so, Hayden, as a small business owner, what would make it easier to coordinate with or access the supports that already exist, the state and federal level, or new ones coming down the road?
Wow, that's the million-dollar question. Yeah, I guess I kind of feel like the Lorax for small business up here to say that you know, when you're a small business, you're sort of running for your life in so many ways that you end up looking at things like 45S and F in the rearview mirror, like, well, that would have been nice, except for that I bought a $200,000 piece of equipment this year, and I don't have a tax basis this year. So I should have thought about that, I guess, except for that I was thinking about the needs of my business moving forward. And so I do think implementation in such a way that it's more instantaneous, and I mean, the block grant did that for Yellowhead. We had single parents who were working for us part-time, who were able to take advantage of subsidies for the child care. And that was meaningful for them and for our bottom line. And so that more instantaneous money does make a difference to a small business.
Yeah.
Another idea is just a national paid leave policy that might solve some of these issues.
Well, there's that. Treasurer Russell, how can state governments both provide inspiration kind of up to the federal government and across to the private sector?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, as was mentioned earlier, I think states are really having to lead the charge around some of these big policy challenges. I think one thing that we do know is that business as usual around a lot of these issues does not cut it. And so we need to be thinking about how to address these challenges in bigger ways. And I think states have really tried to lead the charge. We've really been doing a lot of work collaborating with other states around the programs that we are doing, understanding that there's a lot of interest, and that having been able to get some of these things done, it certainly helps, I think, to show other folks that it's possible. And I think that helps to then create some of those opportunities on the federal level as well. But all of these, when we think about what's happened, it's not just, something we're leading out of the Treasurer's Office or the Office of Early Childhood. It's all been really through collaboration with state government, with our local municipalities, with private industry, with our chambers of commerce. And I think getting people to shift past thinking about a short-term cost rather than these things as longer-term investments in the future of our communities and our state.
And can I ask about that with sharing across states? Because I think one of the digs can be, well, you're a smaller state, and maybe all the Democratic states are in on this, but Republican states are not following. Like, do you see more energy at the state level for sharing best practices across kind of the politics between our states?
Yes, I mean, I think there's interest. I think the reality is that in this current political environment, that's gotten more challenging. And I think even when people understand that there is a need for policy change, or they're supportive of the reason why we're doing things, that there can still be politics that get in the way of that. I think one example right now, there's been a lot of talk about Trump accounts, right? And that I've had a lot of calls saying, oh, well, this is the same program that you have in Connecticut. And it's not. And I've been very clear about that, not because I think that we shouldn't be looking. I think there's consensus around the fact that we need to be looking at ways to invest in young people, and that this is one attempt to do it. I don't think that this addresses the goal of baby bonds where it's about wealth inequality. I actually think that there's potential for it to exacerbate that problem. But I think what's important is we're having this broader conversation around the need to look at innovative ways to make investments in the future. And so I think, there certainly is a lot of that collaboration. And I think it's important that we're having those discussions, even if we don't land in the same place necessarily.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, we're moving into the lightning round, so buckle up. We're going to go down the line to questions. The first question is, if there was one federal policy that would better support working families in the 21st century, what would it be, Hayden? Just personal preference, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think family paid leave, absolutely.
I'm going to call care infrastructure, credit for caregiving.
I could go on a long time on this, and I'm not going to do that. What I will say is I think I'll take a little different approach. I hope that we can have real conversations again around, I think government has been incentivized to think in short-term windows. So it's one budget cycle at a time. For a lot of people, it's one election cycle at a time, and what benefits them in the short term. And I think the reason we've created a lot of these problems in government is that we're being short-sighted rather than making longer-term strategic plays at things that would be beneficial to working families in the country.
Okay, and last question. We started personally while you're invested in this issue. Is there a data point, a story that you have that kind of keeps making this work worth it for you based on your investment and what you've done in this space? And we'll go down the same order, starting with lucky you. Hayden.
Well, I always go to a young woman who's worked for us since she was 15 years old. She's 30 now, and her daughter was one of the first kids in Yellowhead childcare. And, she started part-time as a barista. Today, she owns 10% of our cafe business. She's the managing partner there. She was homeschooled. She's not college educated. She got pregnant at a young age. And, she's incredible. So I always get a little emotional when I think about her, because I know that she would do great things no matter what she did, but she does them for us because, her child is a part of our lives. And, today we're subsidizing her school, and we're also paying into her college education through the 529 program. And, that makes me feel amazing.
That's beautiful. Okay, stakes are high, you two.
I know.
Anna?
I have many stories that maybe in the reception we can talk about, but one data element is that we have been at non-replacement birth rate since 2008, and 70% of the world's population has in non-replacement birth rate. And so when our economies are structured in supply and demand, and our demand is naturally decreasing, I look at the reasons why, and a lot of it has to do with our cost of raising children, our cost of caregiving. And so for me, who have 2 sons now, I think about this inverted pyramid that they're going to have to support. And I wonder where we're going to get that tax revenue, right? And we have these dinner table conversations, how are we going to start taxing students and their labor or illicit drugs? What is it going to be? And I think these are pressing conversations that we need to make sure that we're starting to address now urgently.
Thank you. Treasurer Russell.
Yeah, so I would, I guess, personal story would be thinking about when we were working on Connecticut baby bonds, it was a very challenging thing to get over the finish line, particularly funding, when thinking about making this longer term investment when people are saying, well, we could use some of these resources for people right now. And we were in this dogfight to get this legislation passed and get it funded. And I think through that it didn't really resonate with me, like the impact it was going to have when we got it done. And after this legislation took effect, we got notice from the hospital with the first child that was born eligible for baby bonds, little baby Nolan. And being able to interact with his parents and for them to realize that their child was going to have this opportunity that they themselves never could think about, in having some seed capital for their child to go to school or to purchase in a home, was really powerful. And so I think those types of things are really what keep you motivated when you see the impact that it's directly having on families.
I have chills. That's great. Thank you, all of you, for being on the panel and for you in the audience. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Jonathan Capehart, anchor at MS Now.
Wow. That was the briefest introduction I have received in a very long time. Thank you all very much for hanging in there to the bitter end, but it's not bitter because we are joined by the former Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, and we're going to button up the conversations you've been having all day long about AI and the workforce. And as luck would have it, Secretary, you had an op-ed in the New York Times last week where you opened by talking about how your father losing his job when the Bulova watch factory closed in Providence in the 80s. He was 56 years old. That hit hard because that's 2 years younger than I am right now. And his jobs were shipped overseas because of trade agreements. And you write in the piece at 56, my father was a casualty of a new economic rule book stapled to an old workforce model. You think we're facing the same thing some 40 years later with AI, don't you?
Yeah, I do. So I timed the op-ed for this audience, so we'd have something
clever.
good to talk about. I asked the Times if they could put it in this week, so I'm glad that worked out for us. In a way I do. And here's why I think that. That was an abrupt shift, right? In that case, there was some outside shock. We allowed China in the WTO, we had trade, it was an outside shock, and millions of manufacturing workers lost their job pretty quickly, and there was no transition. I mean, it hasn't been all bad. We've moved to services jobs are higher paid. The problem is, no one took care of the people who, like my dad, who spent 30 years of his life in manufacturing. And I see something similar, not the same, but similar now with AI. I really believe that sometime in the future, I don't know when, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, there'll be an AI economy with plentiful jobs. I really believe that. This technology will create jobs, industries that we can't now foresee, right? I mean, who knew what a cloud engineer was 10 years ago, or cyber tech, and now there's thousands of them. So we're gonna get to that AI future, but shame on us if we don't create a transition plan to help millions and millions of Americans to get from here to there. Because what my dad would always say is, he was 56, I'm now 54, he had 2 kids in college, I was the caboose, I was still at home. He wanted to work, he could have worked, he was a smart guy, but he's like, our leaders let us down. So I think let's learn from that. If all we do is let AI create the first $1 trillion tech IPO and let millions of Americans, the bottom fall out for millions of Americans, then we failed.
I'm going to get into what your solutions are, because you have 3 solutions within this op-ed, but there's a line near the end that jumped out at me. Maybe I will read it, and then you use that as an opportunity to talk about these 3 buckets. You write at the end, AI-driven mass unemployment is a potential crisis on the horizon. And one of the ways you think we should get through this is, and I'm still quoting you back to you, how great is this? What we need is a new grand bargain between the public and private sectors, one in which employers are held responsible for defining skills essential to the AI economy and for creating pathways into jobs, and the government invests in the training incentives and safety nets that help workers move quickly into them. The first one you say is, this can start with tearing down the wall between the business and education communities. Yeah. Explain that.
Yeah, I mean, I hesitate to say this crowd is a crowd that knows more about education and training than I do, but here's what I would say. We do still have in this country, and I think you'd agree with me, a gap between what you learn in the classroom and then you go to work. And it's a gap that we have to get rid of in many cases. Perhaps you spend the morning in the classroom and the afternoon at work. Like we all know, think about it. Let me tell you a quick story. When I was governor of Rhode Island, I did a lot of this job training efforts, and it was very effective. I'll never forget a day. I went in to watch a manufacturing training initiative. And there was a guy who was a relatively recent immigrant from Africa. He was learning trigonometry for manufacturing. And by the way, it looked pretty complicated to me on the board. And the guy was like flying through it. He loved it. I said, wow, you're really good at math. He's like, no, I was terrible at math. He said, I got terrible grades in math in high school because it made no sense and I didn't know why I had to learn it. But I'm a dishwasher now, and I have a terrible job and I make very little money. And now I know if I learn this trigonometry as applied to this manufacturing problem, it's exciting, it's applied, and I know I get a job out of it. And so whatever happened to on-the-job training? And by the way, let's use AI to do it. You can have an AI coach on the job. So I just think the integration of learning while you are working is something that ought to happen. And in some, it's how do you learn to be a doctor? You're an intern, you're a resident. I'm a lawyer. Does law school really have to be 3 years? I don't know. I think it could be 2 years and then have some sort of apprenticeship. Does college really need to be 4 years? Do you have to stick in a classroom the whole time? I think it's time to, you all know this. You've been tilling the soil for like a decade on these themes. How about we use the shock of AI to finally make some of this stuff happen at scale?
Okay, so then that's great, but then I instantly wrote down political will.
Yeah.
Is there the political will to do what sounds like common sense and forward thinking?
That is the question. So here, we seem to muster the political will to do big things in a time of crisis. I was a governor during COVID. It was pretty incredible, the things that we did. Not just us, every state, companies, school teachers, schools, people really got things done fast. So we have 2 choices. I think right now we're truly at a point we can take 2 paths as a country. We could wait for the crisis and then do the things that we know we need to do. Or we could be a little smarter this time and say, how about we do what's need to be done now, create that transition infrastructure, support people to avoid the crisis. And is there political will? I don't know. That remains to be seen. I mean, we're all going to be spending a lot of time to try to convince people, like, the crisis is happening now. There's a nearly 10% unemployment rate among people in their 20s. you're going to start to see lots of layoffs in certain sectors for certain kinds of folks, college educated, not college educated. How dumb can we be if we wait? Like, let's get going and let's fix it. By the way, every tech executive you talk to, lots of people you talk to say we have to win the AI race with China. Sign me up for that. I want to win the AI race with China. Okay, what's winning? Winning is not having the fastest chips and the biggest models, a 15% unemployment rate, mass unrest, and despondency. That is not winning the AI race. To win and to lead, you have to do both, which means I think we got to get to work, right now.
So part 2 of your plan is the funding model for higher education must change too. Public investment should hold schools to measurable labor market results, not just enrollments. Talk that out.
Yeah, this is a bit controversial, so,
We got time.
We have time. Don't throw anything at me, but you can disagree. Look, most of our money in this country that funds post-secondary training, college, community college, WIOA, workforce grants, is attendance-based. Now think about it, your Pell Grant, your GI Bill, whatever. It's like if you go to the school gets money. And that has created pretty poor outcomes. Like it's like you get what you incentivize. If you incentivize attendance, people go to school. If you incentivize other things can happen. So I think it's time, and also the space of apprenticeship models, job training, tech training, it is super crowded and fragmented, as you all know. And so I think if we want to scale what works, there has to be some measure of identifying what works, and works is get a job. I think if you do that, you will see quality increase, and there'll be more opportunity for new, innovative, high-quality efforts. The reason it's controversial, I tried to do this when I was governor, it's controversial because the alumni there's an alumni network for every existing institution, there's professors at every institution, there's departments at every institution, which may or may not be high quality, and it's always easier to add than subtract. But I think if we're going to be serious about meeting this moment, we have the political will to do the tough stuff.
And you mentioned the third thing you mentioned, which you mentioned actually at the very beginning of this conversation, was apprenticeships, and that we should be looking to that and maybe incentivizing the private sector to do more of that. You put a lot of faith in the states, understandably so. You're a former governor, and it seems like now, especially given what's going on.
I mean, considering the options, states, federal government.
You took the words right out of my mouth. That states is where it's happening on any number of issues. Which states, which governors, which legislatures are moving in the direction that you think they should be moving in?
I think it's probably a little early to tell. I would say policymakers, governors, senators, et cetera, are falling into different camps. Some folks are saying, just slow it all down and stop. By the way, I understand that instinct. This is getting scary fast. When the average American hears AI, they don't hear opportunity, right? They get afraid, legitimately. So, which is why we have to, do something to address those legitimate concerns. But anyway, so some politicians of all parties and positions in government say, just stop, slow it down, moratorium, hit the brakes, etc. Then there's other, which I personally don't think is the right move. I have 2 kids. I want my kids to live. I don't want to be anti-innovation. I don't want to be behind. I want benefit from technology and them to benefit from technology. So, but governors and policymakers in this camp are saying, how do we become AI ready? I suppose this is third camp, which is pedal to the metal on the innovation and let's see what happens. I also don't think that's a good idea. That's going to lead to a lot of harm. But the ones who are starting to say, what's it mean to be an AI ready state? What do I need to do? What's the new policies I need? Those are the ones I think that are honestly trying to grapple with how do we get through this? Because we can't just, as I said before, the data center debate. It is not okay for these companies to come in, accept tax breaks to build these, jack up electricity prices, use infrastructure, and make water scarce. Like, it is okay for them to do their business model, but also contribute to the community so that there is plentiful water, good infrastructure, a modern grid, et cetera. That's harder to do, but I think the hard stuff is what's going to be required.
I'm just wondering, I just started using Claude within the last 6-7 months. And Claude now is different than Claude was a year ago, is different than it was even 6 months before that. Is AI moving faster than we can even think, let alone legislate, let alone do all the things you're talking about in order to ride the wave of this, of AI?
I think probably. One thing I do want to be clear about, it isn't just retraining and reskilling that will get us through this transition. I do think we need that, and it has to be, more flexible, because as you say, the half-life of skills is going to be shorter. Like in my father's generation, people had maybe a single job for decades. In our generation, maybe you have a small handful of jobs. I think for my children and their children, it's going to be a lot more changes. So we have to have a much more flexible training system. And that's a key piece of the puzzle, just because, like you said, it's changing. But let's be real. Like, this is real life. You can't go to someone who's been a customer service person for 25 years and say, hey, we're going to give you a little bit of training and you can go be a nurse. Like, hey, because there's a shortage of nurses. Hey, we're going to give you a little bit of training, you can go be an electrician. Like, hello, that's not real life. So it won't work. So I think we're going to get serious about what is the safety net we're going to put there for people. Because there will be dislocation, continuous dislocation. We don't have like a transition infrastructure. So like maybe it's transition insurance, wage insurance, mobility help if you have to move to get a job. We have to realize we got to put a floor under people as we get through this transition. And mostly that requires experimentation, and that's why I think governors are in a good spot to do some of this experimentation. By the way, the entire system, like, I'm not asking you to have sympathy for big company CEOs, but the whole system of incentives incentivizes a company to do the layoffs. A couple weeks ago, the company Block shed half their workforce. The next day, the shares are up 25%. So it's not irrational that they did that. So the question is, what are the policies that we can put in place to disincentivize that, to make that harder and more expensive, and to incentivize them to to think harder about redeploying and retraining?
Do Americans have the patience for experimentation when they are riding, I wrote down riding a roller coaster, but when it comes to AI, riding a rocket ship? Do the American people have that kind of patience?
I think it's better than doing nothing. Like right now we have a fast train, a bullet train coming down the tracks. And it's going to hit the brick wall of our old-fashioned workforce and transition system, and that will end badly. So, I mean, look, if I knew what the answer was, maybe someone here has the answer. This is the policy that'll save us all. Okay, great, let's enact that. I'm not quite sure what it is. As you said, AI is still being developed. So I think we got to get out there and try some things state by state and see what works. Also, governors are very competitive. I was just chatting in the green room with some of my former colleagues, governors who I love, bipartisan. I always wanted to beat them, and they always wanted to beat me. So, because you're like, I'm in the ring for the people of my state. If he's doing it, you know, Bill Haslam's back there. He was a fantastic governor of Tennessee. He did 2 years community college, 2 years tuition free. So what do you think I did? The same thing, only I think slightly better. But my point is, why am I saying that? Because we got to get to the business of actually having practical solutions for people now. And governors are in a position to do that. And if Massachusetts, Deval Patrick's back there, if Massachusetts tries something that's working, you can guarantee that Connecticut's going to give it a try and better it and better and better. So that's the other reason I think we have to start with states.
Let's talk more about, you've mentioned the word transition. Transitioning from our current workforce to a workforce that is big with AI. And you have warned that if this transition is unmanaged, economic anxiety could turn into political rage, which we have seen. So talk about our experience with political rage in the past and why that could be a prelude if we don't get it right with AI.
So, look, I believe that what we're seeing now, divisive politics, political violence, you know, dysfunctional government, I think it has its roots in economic insecurity, among other things. It's not the only thing, but I think that it has its roots in that. And it is so real. I was talking to a friend of mine in the US Senate who's up for election this year, and I said, how's it going? And she said, it's really hard to campaign, that I can't do parades, I can't do stuff out and about. I said, why not? I used to do so many parades. And she's like, I'm just afraid. The death threats, the violence, it's just so scary. And it really took me aback. So during the China shock, the loss of manufacturing, when manufacturing went to Asia, we lost, I think, call it 4 million jobs, 4 million. And we're still paying for that today, 30 years later, 20 years later, in our politics. That was largely limited to a few states, non-college educated men, and 4 million. AI, we're talking about tens of millions of people being disrupted in every state, white collar, blue collar, et cetera. So I honestly don't think the country can handle it. We're dealing with this level of disruption, and that was like a drop in the bucket compared to what's potentially could come down the pike. And so that's why I said, I don't think you can win the AI race with China by simply having the best technology. You also have to find a way to bring America along. Bring America along so people can benefit. Otherwise, I really do believe it'll turn into, whatever it is I wrote, rage.
Yeah, rage. So then how do you make AI less terrifying? Because depending on who you talk to, for a lot of people, this AI thing is something that's going to get rid of my job, get rid of my relative's job, is going to completely change the way we live, and I might not be a part of it. And the future for a lot of folks looks rather bleak when they factor in AI. So how do you make it less terrifying? Or on the flip side, let's say this is we were in your home state in Rhode Island, and you were doing a town hall, and you're still governor, and you are trying to tell, you call them Rhode Islanders?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
Rhode Island. You got to check.
Yes.
You're trying to tell Rhode Islanders This is coming, but please don't be afraid. So explain to the Rhode Islanders here why they shouldn't be terrified of AI and the future that AI will bring.
Yeah. If I were in that position, and I'm not, but
Which
if I
means
were,
you're freer to talk.
Yeah, no, but what I would say, my point is I'd be in a position of like power or influence. I would say, we're not going to let that happen to you. And they would say, how? And I would say, I don't know exactly what policies will protect you, but I'm going to find a way to protect you because it's just not right. And I'm going to experiment, I'm going to try, I'm going to put new policies in place to make sure you have a safety net if you are laid off, to make sure you can get good skills that you need to get a job, to make it harder for companies to just quickly do mass layoffs. Right now, if you're a company and you want to get rid of, pick a number, 25% of your staff, well, you pay into unemployment, right? But that's kind of about it. It's friction free. Now, I'm not saying I want to become France where they can't fire anyone and et cetera. But I think we have to find a way. And people say to me all the time, like, what is the answer? And I think if you're honest, we're not quite sure, but you have to commit yourself to finding the answer. And I know we can find it if you commit yourself to finding it. Here's what I know. As a country, we are spending trillions of dollars, the private sector mostly, to build AI infrastructure. Data centers, chips, all AI models, AI infrastructure. And our brightest minds are working on it. Let's have the same urgency and the same, think as ambitiously about creating this transition infrastructure. Because if we did that, we would find, people wouldn't be so afraid. And so that's what we have to get to the business of doing.
Let's say after this, when we're done in 8 minutes and 25 seconds, that you were going to have a meeting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and you had an opportunity to speak with the president about everything we've just been talking here. What's the number one thing you would ask him to do on what we've been talking about? To be clear.
This is so hard to imagine.
No, I know. That's why it's
on
a
so
if.
many levels,
let's just say.
But we'll go to this pretend world for a minute. I'd say hurry up and pass federal bipartisan AI legislation that is a massive, ambitious redo of training, providing for free lifelong learning, and set up a safety net to get people through a transition. Like, just let's do it at the federal level. Don't wait for the crisis. When the crisis comes, what do we have? Like, think about this. Unemployment insurance created in the last crisis. Social Security created in a crisis. Like, don't wait. It'll be much more expensive. Like, figure it out now. Let's go and let's be bold. We're bold. We're being bold with AI, and that's what I would say.
Mm-hmm. Are there any members
I'd probably say, you alone can get this done, Mr. President.
I'm just trying to
He
figure
liked
out,
that one.
even in the fantasy world that we're pretend worlds, like, yeah, okay, sure, fine, whatever. If it happens, I don't know. Are there any members of the House or Senate on either side of the aisle or both sides of the aisle who are doing the work that would then make it possible for you to say, Mr. President, Senator so-and-so and Representative so-and-so have a fantastic bill, or they're working on stuff, you should talk to them?
Yeah, you know what's interesting? My first call early this morning, was with a congressman from New Jersey who called to say, we had this bipartisan committee working out AI policy. I know you're working on it. What should we do? Tonight I'll be seeing Senator Warner from Virginia, Senator Kelly, same thing. Gina, what should we do? A lot of governors are calling, bipartisan. Like, there's a desire, there's a fear, and they're hearing it from their constituents. But a lot of people are calling saying, I'm not sure what to do. I'm ready to have the courage to push something big. I want to do something. I know we need to do something. What do you think we should do? So I would say yes, there's a good list of people on both sides of the aisle scratching their head. I do want to say one thing before we run out of time. I'm not certain yet that this is going to be as bad as some doomsayers say, as fast as they say it will happen. I'm kind of deep in all the various data around what AI might do. And it's over here, there's some really trustworthy groups that say, it's not going to be as bad as you think. Don't worry about it. It's going to take longer for companies to really integrate AI. The layoffs will come more slowly, et cetera. And then, of course, over here, it's the holy crap crowd. We're all screwed. And then a whole bunch in the middle. I think, number one, we don't know.
Wait, where are you in that?
Yeah, I'm in the middle. I'm not as...
You're not in the AI is going to kill us.
Right.
But you're not in the, everything's great.
No, I don't think that.
Okay.
I'm somewhere here.
Okay.
I'm in the, we don't know yet. We really don't know yet. And I talk to companies all the time. They're not all jumping on the AI bandwagon right away. And even when you do, it takes a minute to rewire your whole workforce to see these layoffs. So I'm in the, we have a few years to figure this thing out camp. And I would say every time a CEO comes out and says, I've just fired 20% of my workforce because of AI, I want to call them and say, stop saying that. Because A, that's not true. You probably overhired and your business is soft and that's why you're firing people, and don't just blame AI. And B, what is the point? What is the point of scaring the bejesus out of everybody? So in general, I'm in the mode of stop admiring this problem and telling us how giant it is, and let's just find a few practical things that we can do to figure out a solution, or some solutions.
We've got 3 minutes. I'll give you an opportunity to give us some closing thoughts. Again, folks have been sitting here for most of the day talking all about this. What are a couple of things you want them to leave this room with? Maybe a call to action. What should they be doing?
Yeah. Here's an exciting thing, I think. People are focused on this issue. This is good news. Sometimes it takes, years for grassroots advocacy to shake everybody's consciousness. And government is a reactive body, right? Government reacts to the people by its nature. Politicians react to the people. The fact that the anxiety people have about AI is number one on politicians' lists, and it's only been, months or a year, I think that's fantastic. That gives me hope that we have a chance of acting in time. And then the question becomes, okay, well, precisely what do we do? How do we not screw it up? And what are the ideas? And that's where you all come in. So as Jonathan said, it is very much a call to action. We have a choice right now. We have a choice, every single one of us, every one of you, me, every governor, every member of Congress, every citizen, every CEO. You have a role to play in making this decision in America at this crossroads. Are we going to go down the path, wait till the crisis comes, lots of instability and pain, and then put system in place? Or are we going to raise our voices so much now that we're going to make the changes now so we don't ever have the crisis. And personally, I'm deeply committed to this path. I'm working on the issue. I'm working with governors. I'm working with philanthropy. I'm working with companies. I'm talking to you. I'm trying to ring the bell as much as possible and build on all the good work that a lot of people here have been doing for a long time. Big things happen in times of crisis where there's some outside force. You know you've been talking about apprenticeships forever. You know you've been talking about learn while you earn forever. It's your moment, people. This is your moment to make it happen at scale. If you do, America will win the AI race. If you don't, we'll go down a bad path, and I think we can't afford it.
75th Governor of Rhode Island, 40th Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage Cheryl Oldham, Executive Vice President of Human Capital at the Bipartisan Policy Center.
In a minute. No, you're fine, please. Thank you, guys. You have really hung in with us for a day, and I appreciate it. And the good news is, everything she just said, this is our moment, and we have a blueprint, and we have a national strategy. And, you know, this is really, frankly, the end of the beginning for us at the Bipartisan Policy Center. As you'll see in the report, there is a lot there. There's a lot of recommendations. There are things that we can start doing right away. There are things that are going to take all of us in the room working together over time to make real progress. But the overarching goal for us, and I think probably most of you all, is clear, and that's to move toward a more strategic and coherent national commitment to talent. One that ensures every American has the training, the education, and the supports that they need to succeed. As Governor Haslam said in the video that started our day, where do you find the political difference in that? We do not pretend that BPC can or even should do all this work alone, but we're committed to continuing to elevate the idea that developing our nation's talent ought to be a commitment. We will build coalitions of the ready and the willing, hopefully many of you all in this room, working beyond the Beltway, but also with Congress, with the administration, because we really do feel as though there's a federal role to play here. And at a time of so much political divide and unease, this work was all about coming together and finding common ground and developing bipartisan solutions to some of our most pressing challenges. We are so hopeful about the work ahead and invite each and every one of you to join us. Before we close, I hope you'll indulge me for just 90 seconds in some thank yous. First, our generous supporters who made this work over the past year and this event possible. Okay, now I'm gonna list a few people. Margaret Spellings, our president and CEO. Thank you for your fearless leadership, your commitment to these issues, and your willingness to say the things that need to be said. To the BPC board, many of you are in the room today. Thank you for your belief in this organization and your continued support. To Governors Deval Patrick and Bill Haslam, for your steady leadership and unwavering commitment to bipartisanship, and to all of our commissioners, again, several of them in the room today, who gave so generously of their time and their expertise to really shape what you've seen before you today. to 50+ working group members, many of whom were dear, dear friends who answered the phone when we called and said yes when we said, will you just play with us for the next year, even though you're extremely, extremely busy. We thank you. To the many colleagues across BPC and BPC Action who made this event, the release and the production of this report, a mission of your own. It truly has been an all of BPC effort. To my own team, the Human Capital team, we were the newest program to BPC about 18 months ago. We had little time to build. We hit the ground running. We have not stopped. And now the fun begins. Almost done. Jocelyn Pickford, Emily Wilk, Kate Zakowski, there are truly no words to express my appreciation for the long hours, the writing, the rewriting, the editing, the negotiating, all of the attention to detail, the amount of work that these three have put into this work is really extraordinary. And finally, Caitlin Lowe, my partner in crime, who has made incredible, incredible personal sacrifices to come do this work, and I'm so grateful. Appreciate you allowing me that time to give those thanks. I'll end with two invitations. One is come along with us. We are just beginning, and I promise it's going to be fun. And two, please join us upstairs for a cocktail. Thank you all so much.